taking your chair. Committee's going to go to work. We'll call the meeting back to order. And we're going to have a survey of electricity issues this afternoon. Every committee's trying to do electricity at the same time, so let's try to do the best job. We've got the best people. So we've kind of broken it up into three different pieces. The first piece is kind of learning about the problems. And then we've asked the utilities to come and propose solutions. Of course, the people with problems can propose solutions too. Everybody's open to solutions. And then last, we'd hear from our policymakers, our Public Service Commission, and the Wyoming Energy Authority. So the first piece is concerns about rates, availability, alternatives, renewable sprawl, and large loads, proposed solutions. Who would like to lead us off? Who would like to lead us off? Let's hear from industry. I know industry's here in spades. A couple of friends of mine. Everything's going well down in Tronaville. Welcome to both of you. Ms. Levin, you want to start us off?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jody Levin. I'm here on behalf of the Trona Industry and the Wyoming Mining Association. Let Craig introduce himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Rood, and I'm with We Soda, the largest natural soda ash producer in the world.
And we've been cautioned about the microphones. That we all have to take turns. And if we have too many green lights on, we're going to get feedback. So I'll sign off and go back to you, Ms. Levin, and you two hand it off as you see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a topic, of course, that the Mining Association, the Trona Industry, and the Petroleum Association requested. We requested that this committee continue its review of electricity, and this year with a specific focus on reliability concerns. So we appreciate the committee addressing this. We really appreciate that Management Council made this your #1 topic, because from the perspective of large industrials, certainly from your Trona Industry, there are problems, and there are problems that desperately need solutions. Wyoming is not unique. It's hard to open the news without reading about all the challenges you see on the electricity front. Okay, now we're back, Mr. Chairman. So there are issues across the nation as it relates to electricity, and these concerns happen well before we even start a consideration about data centers. So that's, I think, one of the first points that we want to make on behalf of the Mining Association, Trona, and the Petroleum Association. Our issues have been on the forefront for a number of years, and these are issues before we even begin to consider what it looks like to bring those mega loads online. We have problems at 5 megawatts. We have problems at 35 megawatts. So as you consider these issues over the interim, we'd ask that you kind of keep in mind that we almost have two separate issues that need to be addressed. You need to address concerns of your existing industrial extractive mineral industries, and then this new growth opportunity. So the other issue, Mr. Chairman, as long as I can remember, rates have been a concern for the industrial sector for a very long time. Those are not going away, of course. In the trona industry, you really only have two levers that you can pull to be more efficient or more competitive in your operations. One of those, the highest cost, of course, is labor. So you can look at reductions in workforce. That's never something that the operations want to do. Sometimes you have to remain competitive. The second one, of course, is the second highest input is your power cost. So there has long been this interest in the industry about how you could have third-party generation. So that is a topic that remains of interest. A few years ago, of course, this issue expanded because all of a sudden we couldn't get power. We were told that there were power constraints in the system, which again leads back to an interest in why third-party generation is appealing to this industry. And then to my final point of why we brought this issue forward, our reliability concerns. By all standards, the utility that serves the trona industry is reliable. The problem that you have is you have a very unique industry. Wyoming is home to, of course, to the United States soda ash industry. We're very proud of that. It's a very vulnerable industry when it comes to disruptions in power. And what we're seeing in the Trona Patch is increased disruptions. Small disruptions can have significant impacts on the plant. There was an instance last fall where the utility had 2 outages back to back in 24 hours, 15 minutes. You think about a 15-minute disruption at your house, you probably really don't notice that. Maybe your clocks are blinking, but you probably really don't notice that. What that event did, it took that plant offline for 3 months. Those are the kinds of concerns that we're talking about and seeing in the industry. Now, we recognize that the trona industry is very unique in that regard. They're very sensitive to disruptions in power. But all 3 of those taken on the whole, and then you look at this other looming issue of how do you bring on these massive loads onto a system, it's an extremely important topic. And when we hear that there really aren't concerns in the market, what that feels like to the industry is a complete breakdown in the customer relationship. So we appreciate your time. I'll hand this over to Mr. Rood. He can give you kind of some specifics, but that's why we are here today.
Mr. Rood, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll just start with reliability since Ms. Levin finished up with that. These are unique plants. They're a continuous process with a lot of heat and a lot of it's soda ash slurry that flows through these till we get to the end product. So even a minimal disruption in power, that slurry sticks to the pipes and then it takes up to months to wash them out. So it's very unique, and then if you add cold weather on top of that and freeze things up, it can take even longer to undo it and at great expense. So reliability is very important to us, and we try to build in redundancy, but right now we can't even do that. I guess my company first became aware of an issue with the power. We were doing a greenfield project as Project West, and we were going to build a well field for solution mining and then a refinery. And Rocky Mountain did not have the power for that.
By themselves. Oh. It's not.
That works.
I'm so confused. They're like resetting themselves.
What do you suggest?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Keep trying.
We're on. Yep, we're on.
And then if anything else happens.
Okay, well, we're gonna try this again. Everybody shut your microphones off. Maybe that's part of the overload. We're spinning back up. So we're looking for the signal. Good to go. We're gonna try this again. Back to you, Mr. Rude.
Okay, so at the time, we were doing a greenfield project with the well field and a refinery that required about 80 meg. So a big project. Since then, we've acquired Genesis Alkali and our plans sort of switched. We're still going to do the well field, which will require about 15 meg. In addition to what we use at the plant, which is around 140 meg total. So it's a big project, a large load, and that increase is not available right now, whether it's transmission or actual power. That changes at different times, which is the problem. But so we're looking at doing our own cogen facility to do about 90 meg to make up that capacity. So it's definitely a problem and not something we necessarily want to do as far as build a cogen, because it's about a $300 million investment. And we'd rather plug into a utility and have reliable power.
Fair enough. And if you could explain what a cogeneration facility is for the committee?
Sure. So it produces two different things. It produces energy as well as steam, and we use a lot of steam in the process. So that's the co-generation part of it. We're actually switching from coal to natural gas because we've got a very dated coal facility and to update it environmentally. So it's makes more sense to go with natural gas.
Committee, anything? If I could ask about when you requested power over this time frame, you mentioned that you originally were looking for that well field to use about 80 megs. Is that what I understood?
That was with the processing facility.
With the processing. And then you redesigned everything to use less power and took some of the things off of your wish list, I think. And was that because of the availability of power?
No, Mr. Chairman. Honestly, it was because we acquired an existing facility, which we didn't have at the time, and it had a lot of the infrastructure that we needed. So the processing facility will be built at a later date once we bring this plant totally up to capacity.
And can you describe in the past how you've requested more power and what that process has been like? Have they, as your utility, delivered power when they said they would, or has that been a difficult process? Tell me about that.
Well, I think we assumed there was power there when we started the project, and then when we got further into the project, we ran into some issues with the territories, number one, because there's a co-op over near the well field, and then Rocky Mountain had where the main facility was going to be. So there was some issues with that, and then we were a couple of years into the project and found out there wasn't power available. So, and then after that, we acquired the Genesis facility, and then we didn't need as much power. We just needed power for the well field.
When you were trying to find power, what was that process like? When you were negotiating with the utility, just tell us about that. I mean, were they giving you answers of when power might be available or not, or?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it was just a time frame issue of, yeah, we can get you power, but it's going to be a ways out there, and it was way longer than we wanted.
Like how long?
I honestly, I don't know. It was years.
Years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we were told could be up to 20 years to have the infrastructure in place.
20 years, a long time.
Yeah.
Committee, feel free to jump in. Ms. Levin, did you have something to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, just from the experience of some of the other plants in the Trona patch, I mean, we have an example of one that had a contract for a 5 megawatt increase. And when they went to turn on that expansion component of the facility, they were told that they didn't do it under the time frame that they needed. And so that 5 megawatts wasn't going to be there. That got resolved, but you can imagine from an operational standpoint, you've invested in your plant, you're about to bring something online, you have a contract, and then you're told later, we don't actually have the power for you. And again, it did get resolved, but not without a lot of pain and attorneys at the table. Another one was looking for 35 megawatts, and they were told 7 years. 7 years is a de facto no. I mean, that isn't a reasonable time frame. And so when we're asking for an exception to the definition of public utility to allow for third-party generation, what we're asking for is the legislature to authorize when that would be appropriate, these unique circumstances of if a utility can't provide power in a reasonable time frame, we can all debate what reasonable should mean. 7 years is not reasonable. I don't think 5 years is reasonable. That a company should be allowed to look at these other alternatives, or in the case of something like the Trona industry, where you are an existing load, but you're losing confidence in the reliability of the system, and your whole plant could go offline potentially for a year if we're talking, or more, if we're talking about worst case scenario. We'd like there to be some consideration of when it would be appropriate to allow for these other arrangements. We're not asking for widespread deregulation. We're not asking for, everything to be opened up, but everyone is looking at electricity policy today and realizing the way it has been done for 100 years isn't going to work going forward. These incredible load demands, no one saw coming. 7 years ago, we were on a decline. There wasn't as much load request. And all of a sudden, you have these massive load requirements that come online, not just from data centers. You also have this entire effort to onshore and bring back major manufacturing, which would be wonderful for economies and for employees and for states. Those are also major loads that were not contemplated. So it is a massive policy decision that's not just in Wyoming, it is everywhere. But the way we've done it for 100 years, there has to be a recognition that that's not going to work for the next 100 years. And the idea that you could build out infrastructure quickly, it's just not going to happen. You see transmission projects that have taken 15 and 20 years, and they're not going to be able to accommodate these large loads. So we need a different solution. But those are the kinds of examples that are real in the Trona patch that have been very difficult to deal with operationally.
Okay, we'll start down there. Representative Johnson.
Thank
What's
you,
up?
Mr. Chairman. You're looking for solutions. What's your solution that we can do? What can we do for you?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Johnson, we as not just the Trona industry, the Mining Association, Petroleum Association, we're looking for an exception to the definition of public utility so that you could have what's called a non-utility generator. We refer to it as third-party generation, where you would allow that relationship to come in under a certain circumstance and have that entity be able to generate the power for you. Under current law, that's not allowed. So that's our solution.
And just to add a little bit to that, under current law, an entity owning a plant can install their own generation. These guys already have a coal plant on facility. And they can operate that, they can integrate with the grid, they can work that out, but that's their plant. The law doesn't permit a third party to own that generation. That's why they keep calling it third party generation. And there's more to the story. I think we're going to hear from the PSC that they have a proposed rule or been working on this, and it's going to go on and on. It's going to build this afternoon. It's going to be so exciting. There's going to be a big finish, I think. I don't know. I don't know about that. Let's go next to Representative Webb. Okay, Dr. Hughes. Oh, got everybody's question. Okay, Mr. Root.
Yeah, I was just going to add there, when you're building these cogen facilities like us, for us, there's a lot of advantages to building to scale and be able to do something, whether it's put it back in the grid or with another Trona producer to work together. Because once you get the basic infrastructure of it, there's a lot of advantage to build to scale. But right now it's difficult to put stuff back into the grid, and this law prevents you from doing anything with any of the other companies.
Very good. If we could go back to, you mentioned that an expansion plan of 35 megawatts, 7 years, I think you mentioned that. And then just in terms of, I'll throw some rough numbers, pulling them out of the air, but say that the entire plant is 100 megawatts. You mentioned that yours is 140, but say that it's 100 megawatts. So you're looking at a plant that wants to expand by a third over 7 years. I mean, that doesn't strike me as, that's not data center style growth. That seems like reasonable growth. And that is frustrating. Back to you, Ms. Levin.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I mean, there are different examples in the Turnip patch of the challenges that they have faced and the scenarios that they've been told. As Mr. Root said, at one point it was that there wasn't power. Now it's a transmission issue. It's whatever the issue is, the end is still the same, and the end is no. Like, you're not getting the power demand met in a timely manner. And that's why we continue to be at the table asking for a solution to this. What has changed, though, dramatically in the last year is now this new demand, this new opportunity that is coming with data centers, which is a whole new level of power demand. And our basic message is we have real issues before you get anywhere near that increased load demand, 100 megawatts or more. Again, we've experienced challenges all the way at 5 megawatts. And I don't want to suggest that 5 megawatts isn't a significant load, because it's an enormous load. But these are just issues that it's difficult for any of us to get our minds around. Like, how do you solve for this? I mean, I appreciate the challenges that the utility industry is facing as well. I think, in fairness, these were not issues that they saw coming. I mean, as I said, not too long ago, there was decreased power demand. I mean, you just didn't have it. So loads were decreasing, and now rapidly increased load demand. But your major industrials, your extractive industries, we're experiencing significant challenge continuing with operations, let alone any level of expansion that we want to see, whether that's in the Trona patch or in oil and gas operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Levine, thank you for the information. What's happening in other states? What are other places doing about this?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Lucas, as I mentioned, every state is starting to grapple with this. You are seeing in some states this idea that they would allow for third-party generation under certain circumstances. Some states have more, deregulated type markets. I don't know that those examples have always worked out well. Texas and Montana are two examples. Those haven't been wonderful scenarios. So we're very cautionary about going down that road. The relationship has traditionally worked really well. And to Mr. Root's point, I mean, the first call you make is to the utility. That's where we would like the relationship to continue. If you can make this work between the utility and the large industrials, that would be ideal. The problem is it's just not there in the way that it used to be. And so what the solution that we are seeing is that you would allow, and you see this for a number of states, particularly around data centers, is this notion that you would bring your own power behind the meter type power generation. And that would be one solution that we would, again, this third party generator would be a solution for Wyoming. It also, when you do that, it also helps protect the rest of the ratepayers because you're not asking the utility to build out that infrastructure for this enormous load. No, those are more speculative loads. I know there's a lot of concern around that. What we're looking at in the Trona industry with large industrials, that is a known stable load. So there isn't that speculation that happens and that concern about what would happen if we build this out and this industry leaves. That's not the Trona industry.
Everybody, we are talking about our best corporate citizens that we have in Wyoming, whether it's our major oil and gas, our mining, responsible mining, big companies, huge people that are huge taxpayers. So for example, if this expansion project were to increase the amount of Trona mined and sold by 10%, we tax that at a very heavy rate. The value of that roughly between ad valorem and severance tax, is in the neighborhood of 12% of the entire value of that output would come back to the state of Wyoming and local governments. So these are huge, responsible, heavily taxed industries that are the backbone, that employ lots of people, that have insurance and healthcare and are good jobs. Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, in relation to that, last week I invited the friends over from Chute Creek for a presentation in Cameron Star Valley, just on that very point. What are you doing to the local economy? And it was roughly 100 million annually. Do we have a number in the patch for Southwest Wyoming, what you do annually? Just so folks understand the in-depth challenge you're looking at.
Who wants to handle that? It's a very competitive industry too. So one competitor isn't likely to talk about others, and I'll throw that out there as a preface. It's a big number.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader, I think the number, and I don't have the exact numbers, but I think the tax benefit to the state for the industry is about 60 million, and then the impact on the community is about 150 million annually.
That annual. Big numbers.
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman, when you add payroll into that, the figure that we often use is it's about $500 million annual total economic impact.
Big number. Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if the question is for them or for somebody here on this committee, but I'd like a little history of why we haven't allowed third-party generation. How long that's been around and why it was. Well, that's what I was hoping for.
Well, other witnesses and utilities, you can take a stab at this at your turn at the wheel. In the beginning, when the electric industry was first starting out, it was a very competitive industry where they were stringing wires on top of each other and they had competing generation facilities. You had Westinghouse and Edison and Tesla and Edison going at each other. And it consolidated and became very, very clear that having multiple providers wasn't a good way to go. And then there was also this phenomena called scale economies, where we learned that as we build bigger facilities, it was cheaper to serve more people. The average cost actually declined. So a small generator is more expensive per unit of output than a very large generator, and it's quite significant. Massive coal plants, they were achieving, incredible economies of scale. So it's just better to do it with bigger centralized facilities that supply everybody. Everybody's better off. And then and you can usually tell when rates are out of whack because the people that can go off and do it cheaper by themselves, you don't want that to happen. You want to encourage them to stay on the system. So you make sure they get a rate that doesn't encourage them to go off. And it's not the rates that are driving this one. We fixed that with rates. That hasn't been the driver, so to speak. Now the driver is availability. And that's a huge issue. And, you know, when we first started exploring energy efficiencies, there was amazing, it kind of started off slow at first, but then it really gathered steam. And in the period that we went from incandescent light bulbs to compact fluorescence to now the digital ones, yeah, the LEDs, they use so much less electricity that it bought us an enormous amount of freeboard room on our system for more than a decade. We had just excess room and we could do all sorts of experimental things. I think that was one of the reasons we were able to bring so many renewables on the system, because, you know, we were saving so much energy in the basic generation. Now that seems to have bottomed out. And, you know, you get efficiencies in lighting. That is the easiest low-hanging fruit. You don't get efficiencies in things like motors and heating and cooling as easily. There's just not the technical gains. So that declining costs kind of ran out. We had meetings in the legislature where the head of Rocky Mountain Power promised no rate increase for a decade. I'm not making that up. That's all ran out now. And we have the traditional load, which is, you know, hitting the wall and expanding. And these guys are up against a situation where the world market determines the price of their product. And that is determined largely by foreign markets, especially the Chinese now, who are now bringing on what they call in situ mining of natural trona deposits. Cost floored, it keeps going down, it's pushing down. But yet all their cost inputs are going up. And that's, so now they have to think about maybe more scale to try to get the cost down. But it is hugely difficult. So I guess it's all these factors have come together at the same time. And these are our normal industries. It's not even talking about things like data centers, which a data center in Cheyenne, one of them is proposed to use about 3 times the entire electricity consumed in Wyoming. We're about 1 gigawatt. Utah's about 4. And one data center in Wyoming is, last I heard of, is 2.8 or 2.9 or something. I mean, that's incredible. Overlay on top of all this, the system has gotten a lot more complicated as we've tried to accommodate renewables, which are wonderful when they're zero cost. When they're working, when the wind's turning and the sun's shining, they are fabulous. But the hidden cost of renewables is that when they don't work, we still have to provide power to places like trona mines and oil fields and hospitals. And that's expensive. And the integration costs have been swept under the table about the cost of integrating renewables to the grid. We're finally getting more honest about that. And that's a good thing. They're not cheap. And so here we are. This is a Rubicon. We are literally here. Utilities got to rethink their model. Some of them are beginning to think about being partners with industry and approaching it differently and approaching the same problem. Black Hills Energy, you're going to hear from them. They have a tariff whereby they help a customer to find power no matter where. And as long as it doesn't hurt their other customers, it's a tariff that has to be approved. Those contracts are approved by the PSC. It seems to be a working model. That's your industry 101. If anybody disagrees with what I said, you get your chance, promise. How about the people from the trona industry? You kind of go with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, right answer. No. So anything else for the trona folks? And let's hear from some of the other problems. We have problems across the state with getting access to communities, like Laramie short of power. We have problems in the oil field. We have problems in other territories. But this is your chance to ask about trona. And Mr. Rood, you can keep going.
Chairman, I would just say the future of trona is solution mining or in situ mining south of Green River. And that is going to require, there's 2 announced projects already, and all of the other producers are going to have to do that. So this isn't just a one-off isolated issue. I mean, the growth of Trona is going to be south of Green River, and we should lead the world because we have the world's largest Trona supply and basically the only large one. So this is an issue that's going to be an issue for the next 30 years as we develop that ore body south of Green River. So it's, and it's important to Wyoming as well as the world.
Anybody? Representative Webb.
And this is just more of a comment, so I'm thinking out loud, and that is, wouldn't competition help this? Wouldn't it, if they were allowed to have their own generation on site, wouldn't that spur the electrical energy system or the energy companies on to provide reliable electricity, just exactly like they're asking?
Unfortunately, it's not that simple because there are definitely factors that would drive the utility to be more efficient and to try to prevent that. But there are a couple of things to think about. One is that declining costs. You're better with one big system supplying everybody. That is the lowest cost way to do it. And if you start taking parts of the system and producing power separately for that part and separating them off, you drive costs up for the other customers on the system. And that's a true fact. The other factor that comes to play is that ratepayers have paid for the facilities that connect to those plants and generating systems that connect to those plants. So they don't pay for all their facilities. We share facilities throughout utilities. So if they go off system or they reduce their loads on the system, ratepayers get stuck because they have paid for the transmission, the substations, the generators to get there. Now, some states have a recovery process for these, what they're called stranded costs. And they allow for competition to proceed, but they require compensation back to the utility ratepayers for those stranded costs. There's lots of arguments about what those stranded costs are, but it is a path forward. It is a potential path. In the case of Black Hills Energy in Cheyenne, we wrote a law that said, yes, you can go out and seek these kind of contract deals, but you have to make sure you don't hurt the ratepayers. And that's a general law that applies to every utility in Wyoming, but Black Hills Energy is the one that's carried that forward most effectively. You guys, if you all disagree, I know you just want to jump up, but I don't blame you. So
3 years ago out of corporate.
it's been a little longer than that. I think Black Hills will tell us. I think it's been about a decade almost now. It was pre-COVID. So do you think I misspoke on anything? Matter of fact, Ms. Levin here, she's transitioned from, I'm not going to say light or dark. It's hard to say whether the lights are on or not, but she used to work for Rocky Mountain Power. She was their lobbyist.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman. One point I would just like to make is that at least, and I think this is true for a lot of the large industrials, some of those facilities, the large industrials had to finance themselves in order to get the utility to bring them on as a customer. So it hasn't been completely ratepayers. Sometimes it has been the individual customer. I mean, in the case of the Trona Patch, that's been lines, that's been substations. And so they've financed that in order to have power to their projects.
I think it's probably not 0 or 1. There's a ratepayer contribution and there's a customer contribution for sure, which can be sorted out. Anything else for the Trona folks? Stay close by. Do you have anything else for mining?
Really
I'm
quick.
sorry, we're going to go back to Doc Stater.
Before you leave, well, about 3 years ago, I brought the university president out. We've since changed university presidents. Are there any arrangements to bring our new university president to show him all that we have going on there in the patch?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Doc Stater, my understanding is he's not in Wyoming yet, but I have that on my list of things to do to get him out there. Because yeah, that was great for our past president, and it really helped him understand the industry.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Levin, you're also standing in for the Mining Association. Did you want to do anything else about that?
Mr. Chairman, no, I mean, the predominant concern within the mining industry really is the concerns raised by Trona. No, Mr. Obermuller couldn't be here today. He did testify before the Joint Minerals Committee on virtually the exact same topic, where that topic was barriers to achieving energy dominance. And he told the Minerals Committee that one of the top barriers is the inability to get power. So we share that concern. And he did advance the idea of third-party generation to the Minerals Committee as well. So to your earlier point, you have a lot of committees looking at this topic. Honestly, we're grateful for it because as you've heard, it's a extreme concern to industry right now.
Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I just make one point as in the passing, and there'll probably be other discussion. All of us have to protect ourselves from power interruption. You do it at your house. You've learned as your electronics have gotten more sensitive, some of you have surge protectors, you've had to go down that road. It's really not, power does get interrupted, whether it's more frequently interrupted now than it was, or it's less reliable, or it has, it's kind of debatable, but all customers kind of have a responsibility too. So, and courts have generally ruled that when the power goes out, the utility is not liable for all the secondary impacts of that power going out. Fair enough?
Fair enough, Mr. Chairman, and that's absolutely correct. So if a plant goes offline, if they have damage to facilities, that is a cost to the plant. And those costs are significant. So to your point, the plants are always looking at how they build resiliency into their facilities. This just happens to be an extremely unique industry that is more vulnerable than most.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Who else has a problem with electricity?
Chairman, as we wait for them to come, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let's see if there's anybody in the room that wants to talk about their problems with electricity. Everybody else is perfect. I was expecting more. I was expecting people in economic development. Is there anybody online? Okay. I'm a little disappointed at the show out on that. To you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I can't help but sit here and think about all the news the last year and a half as we talked about small generators that we had the potential to build here. We chose not to do that, but those kind of reactors, 1 megawatt, I think, reactors, would that be considered a third-party generation if you go out to Tennessee and you buy those and you bring them out here to try to help the industry, for example? Is that an example of third party, or what do our laws say at this point? And I'm sorry, I don't know that. I just wondered, what are we talking about when companies come to us and want to build something like that generates electricity?
It really comes down who owns and operates that plant, or really owns it, I guess, in the bottom line. So that the Trona industry we just talked to, that Mr. Rood's plant actually has a generator right now. They operate it. They're going to add more generators. It's in their plans. And that's perfectly okay under the law because it's within the umbrella of the ownership. It's just that being in the utility business or generating your own power is a complicated thing. It's an extra piece of work that maybe you don't want to be in. So you might want to pay an expert to come and do that. There are companies that provide generation all around the country that would do that. There is the potential for nuclear. But once that's provided by someone else and sold to the customer, that's where it becomes third party. The piece that was mentioned also was the idea of scale economies. Most little generators aren't very efficient. A small nuclear reactor it works, but it's not cheap. And I think we're going to find that. And it's great for remote areas or potentially, I mean, this is still kind of hypothetical. Works on submarines. but they're not the cheapest way to go. The cheapest way to go is if you have an industry where there are 5 trona mines and you can all pitch in together to supply your own power. Now, all of a sudden, you look a lot like a utility. And that's kind of where it
Yeah.
crosses over.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
But they want to work with the utility because those plants, they don't need that power all the time and they want to sell power back. Potentially it could benefit the grid. Potentially it might come on the grid when it disrupts things. You know, so we're going to hear a lot about that. Who was that? Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on the good senator's comment. I know I haven't been in the legislature for very long, just finished my 2nd session, but I don't recall that we ever voted on or not to allow those mini generators, those nuclear plants. Did we? Did I miss something? Thank you, sir.
It hasn't been a legislative issue. Utilities add technology all the time. Obviously I think that the good senator's comments might have been related to a company that wanted to establish itself in Evansville, if I'm right.
Actually, we're in bar none.
Bar none. Yeah, I'm sorry, bar none. So it was with response to a particular location where a company wanted to build and refuel these things within Wyoming. That's a whole, you know, we haven't prescribed types as a legislative matter, types of generation, so to speak. I might think about it with Mr. Brown here. We probably have a go on that, but it hasn't really been our bailiwick. The idea whether we're going to let third parties interconnect and supply customers is within our bailiwick. It's also something the PSC is wrestling with under existing law, and we're going to hear about that. So I think the next step is to move to utilities, but this isn't the only problem we have in Wyoming. If you talk to the community of Laramie when they're trying to solicit economic development, if you talk to the Wyoming Business Council about, and they will talk about recruiting people and being unable to provide power. And Mr. Jenks is here, and do you want to talk about that at this time, about those challenges? You're not Wyoming Business Council, so, but there is Wyoming Business Council people that will tell you that, right? Yeah, I mean, number one problem, no power. So let's talk to the people that make power. Who wants to go first? The biggest and the best is walking in the room right now. And I know you're on a tight schedule. I hope we're respecting it. Is anybody left in Salt Lake? Welcome. Please introduce yourself and welcome. Is your mic on? Green light.
Green light. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dick Arlish, and I'm the president of Rocky Mountain Power. And then
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Craig Eller with Rocky Mountain Power. I'm Senior Vice President of Business Development and Customer Experience.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Carter, Vice President, Government Affairs, Rocky Mountain Power.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee, for having us today. I think this is a good time for this conversation. I had an opportunity to hear some of what you were talking about before, and it reflects a lot of the conversations that we've been having around the state with our customers, our existing customers, residential, commercial, but also potential customers and large load customers. And as we've been reflecting about it, I've been thinking about this quite a bit, but we have a tendency to want to jump to solutions, which is a good thing, and have one solution for a lot of problems. But, where we're really at as a company, and I think the challenge that we're facing is that there are different loads and different types of loads. And each one of those loads have different challenges and different opportunities, and different policy choices and business choices to be made, and they require different solutions. And so I thought maybe I'd start to just lay a context here about, at a high level, well, at least how we see the different loads and the challenges and opportunities each one faces, and share some of our perspective on those challenges. But then also talk about, at least at a high level, what we see as some potential solutions for each category of load to try to address their needs and address the state's policy directives and the community, frankly, the community's policies, needs, and perspectives in Wyoming. So, let's start with the boring stuff. The core existing residential and commercial load. This is, your average home, your average business, smaller business. Just for purposes of discussion today, not a precise categorization, but, somewhere between 0 and 25 megawatts. So things of that size. From a regulatory perspective, this is probably our most mature thing. This is what the regulatory scheme was built for. It's our bread and butter, and it's all based on the concept of load growth, predicting load growth, and then figuring out how to serve that load in a way that's reliable, dependable, least cost, least risk, and cost effective. And we've been doing that for a long time. And we look at, generally, what is a load growth in a state or in an area? What are the needs going to be in that area? And then we plan for 5 years ahead, 10 years, and 20 years ahead. That long-term planning is sometimes a challenge, especially with all the changes we've seen in state and federal policies, for example. And that 5 years is a little bit easier. But we've, in order to do that, we've built up, a massive system. We're not short on power to generation. Generation is not a problem for serving Wyoming load. We have enough generation to serve the existing load in Wyoming, and then enough infrastructure to export the excess generation out of the state for those to meet the demands. And when we talk about load growth, I've heard a couple things about it. I think we have to be careful about which load growth we're talking about, because it's not all the same. So when you say tremendous load growth, the organic growth or the existing residential, commercial type growth in Wyoming, it's pretty flat. It's about 2%. 3% would be about average. And so when we project out right now, like the existing load of what we need to build, and traditionally we wouldn't go building more stuff or trying to build more stuff if we don't see that load coming on. Now I'll talk about this in a minute, but this is a particular challenge in Wyoming. Because when your load isn't growing, your system planning and what you're to meet the needs are different. And it doesn't, the regulatory construct and the commission won't allow us, and they shouldn't allow us to overbuild things. It has to be used and useful. It means like if we build it and customers are going to pay for it ultimately, that they're getting value out of what we build. So things that are, right now in the regulatory construct, I just can't go out and like double up the size of a distribution substation because, it might be a place where there'd be growth in the future. If I were to do that, I'd be denied the cost of that until the load grew up to the point where it could be used. And then that's especially important to think about as we all know we're facing a lot of affordability challenges, not just in, just across the board in our daily lives. And electricity is no different, whether you're a consumer paying the bill or you're, a utility or a co-op trying to buy the things that you need to provide the service. Costs are up. And so we have to be, really cautious about what we're doing there. But that said, I think there's opportunities that we could work on in the existing kind of regulatory framework for those customers and those smaller businesses that could make what we're doing most efficient. But overall, the system does work for those customers. So that's one bucket. That's the first type of load. Now, the second one is, I think, where there's more challenge and more opportunity in Wyoming. And this is, and you heard some of this talked through, like the folks from the Trona industry is a good example of this, where you have an existing business, but it's big. So let's, just for shorthand, 25 to 100. Right? And you're trying to become a bigger business. You want to expand your manufacturing plant, or you want to expand in some existing business that has a pretty good load already. Now, this is different challenges, different opportunities. So this is where we get into, it was referenced a little bit in the previous exchange, of where the customer needs to make a contribution to upgrade in a lot of cases, because they're coming on the system and they need to pay for a line extension or maybe an upgrade to a distribution system, for example, that the system doesn't really need, but that customer needs. So the way that that kind of works at a very high level is, the customer makes a contribution, and over time, as those facilities become a part of the system, then it becomes part of the rate, and everybody benefits. Now, this has been, a challenge for a lot of folks in Wyoming. It's been a lot of challenge for a lot of the economic development folks, I feel like, where, you have an opportunity to grow. It's a chicken and egg problem. I want to grow, but in order to do an upgrade in a particular place, I'm going to have a cost, and who bears the cost, and what are my alternatives? And this is a place where I think we can expand, and we have to have a discussion about, it's still going to come down to who takes the risk and who pays, right? And we want to, on the one hand, protect customers, but we want to grow the system and have our industries be supported. And then one more point on this is, the system has been around for a long time, 100 years, and a lot of the system that we see, the distribution system especially, it needs more investment and more maintenance to continue to be reliable, but also to grow, as different types of pressures have rates and otherwise, keeping depreciation of assets and the investment of assets kind of close together, so you don't end up in a situation where you have to spend a ton of money to update a facility before you add something is, it's a challenge. It's especially a challenge on a system that's a little bit older. And then I want to talk about kind of two different variations of future loads. And I think this is an important distinction to make. And I think of them in the class of hyperscale type of loads, so 200 megawatts plus, but then also what I'm going to call, this is maybe a new term, economic development type of loads. So when you think about economic development loads, in interacting with folks around the state, it's very clear to me, since Sweetwater County just last week, but it's very clear that for communities that are looking to be attractive to site selectors and are looking to market their communities as a potential landing spot for different types of businesses, they want to put a package together and have the tools to put a package together to compete effectively, which makes a lot of sense. And there's a lot of frustration because while we support economic development, we play an important role in it. We're not necessarily a vehicle for it. So it's hard for me to just say, okay, because a community wants to create a new industrial park in a new industrial zone, and they want to have it capable of providing, 500 megawatts of power for whatever the use is. I don't have a tool that I can use to help build that out and hoping the load will come. All of my tools from a regulatory perspective and a business perspective are steeped and built on the premise that the load comes and then you build the thing, it's useful, and then the costs come. So, chicken and egg. So I end up having this discussion, and it's painful for everybody, is well, we want to do more here in this place. And I say, okay, well, your organic load growth is pretty flat. So I can't just upgrade your substation or, run a line extension or whatever it is. And then that breeds frustration. So I think that there's a need, especially in the state, to have some kind of way for cities and communities, and I don't know if that's with collaboration with the state or not, but to create some kind of zones where, there's a way or a pathway for communities to invest in their communities, to allow infrastructure to be built and then go market it. But so that's one type. And then another type of future loads is probably the one that we're most used to talking about because it's such a popular topic now, is the 200 megawatts plus the hyperscale type of loads. And I want to make this point and emphasize a lot. The hyperscalers' challenges with power are not the challenges that typical businesses or residentials are facing. It's not even close. It's worlds apart. I think I heard Chairman Case mention this, just to put things in perspective, the whole state of Utah is about 3.5 gigawatts. Whole state of Wyoming is a gigawatt. So when somebody is coming in saying they need a half a gigawatt or 3 gigawatts and they need it in 3 years, they're asking to interconnect an entire state worth of energy infrastructure, billions of dollars. So that triggers, macro type problems. I mean, now we're talking about, Now we need generation. Now we need transmission because in some cases you're double, tripling the size of the infrastructure that's there. So that is a completely different problem. I think that there's some tools that we have. The commission has been good with Schedule 400. And I think there's some opportunities there to refine that. And we're going to talk about, Craig's going to talk about some of these in a minute. Refine the tools we're using there. But if you take nothing else from me today, like the hyperscalers problems are not your problems, like generally speaking. And then the larger customers that are 25 to 100, you know, their challenges about trying to expand are not like most of the problems for most businesses, and that's a special problem as well. And I'll pick on just as an example, you know, the Tronopatch folks, like that's an area that really keeps me up. They are in a globally competitive business with very, very thin margin, and electricity is a big part of that. And so is labor. And I think some of our extraction industries are in the same boat where, you know, to be competitive, they're looking for different options for power. I get it. And they need to try to find the best deal they can. They want as much optionality as they can. I totally understand that. But that's not a hyperscale problem either. And it's not a generation problem. I think for folks like the Tronopatch, and I'm not picking on them in particular, I just think it's a good example because you guys were talking about those guys earlier. You know, having an option to go alone or have a single generator or a couple generator, that may work for them. It might pencil for a period of time, but if they're allowed to do that, they're taken away from the system, and that has impacts on every residential customer because you're taking, you know, you're taking things out of the denominator in terms of sharing load and sharing cost and the benefits of the system, integrated system. So if that was even to be talked about, it would have to have guardrails. I mean, if folks are going to be allowed to leave to build generators, you know, they should pay, in my opinion. We can have the debate, but they should pay to leave and they should pay to come back. And our experience has shown over time that, because we've had this experience in our service territory, you know, people find out it's harder to run a power plant and do it economically over a long period of time than it appears, especially if you're just trying to do it standalone and not part of an integrated system. And then just back to the hyperscalers for a second. I think, you know, while there's a lot of potential in that area to do it, there are trade-offs for that. And I think my fundamental guiding principle that I've been hearing too is like, I want to protect our existing customers, both residential and commercial, in our existing businesses and industries. And I feel very strongly that when it comes to doing something for a hyperscaler, cost causers have to pay. And that goes back to this premise of if it takes $1 billion, $2 billion worth of infrastructure to serve a hyperscale customer anywhere, I mean, the system doesn't, our existing customers don't need that. And so they shouldn't have to pay for that. So I think that principle is in Schedule 400. And I think whatever comes forward should be a part of it. So I just wanted to kind of set the stage about this very simple thing that different loads have different challenges and opportunities. There are choices in every bucket to make and different solutions. But I'm going to turn it over to Craig because we're going to offer some of what we think could be a pathway to solutions in each one of these buckets. So not just trying to, you know, move forward to solutions for large loads or residentials. We think that there needs to be solutions in all these areas and want to move forward in kind of a collective kind of way to create a pathway that we're supporting our communities and supporting the state the way we want to. So with that, with your indulgence, Senator Case, turn it over to Craig to talk about the solutions.
I think that's good. I think you used a few terms that might be hard, like Schedule 400.
Okay.
I don't think anybody knows what a Schedule 400 customer is. And if you wouldn't mind maybe elaborating more about how, say, for example, that the people in the Trona industry were to go more out on their own, how that would drive up costs for other customers. Can you maybe you want to yield on that one to somebody else, but those two things would be important to.
Yeah. So thank you, Chairman Case, for the question. Chairman Case, members of the committee. So I'm going to take an even bigger step back at a higher level because we are a wonky business and we tend to get wonky sometimes. But the Schedule 400 is a tariff. So the Public Service Commission has the authority and the jurisdiction to make rate schedules. So you can think of these as prices and terms and conditions and structures for different rate classes and different types of customers based on a lot of math about how to come up with the right kinds of terms and conditions for reliability, but also from a rate perspective. So Schedule 400 is a specific kind of tariff that was built and designed to facilitate large loads. And it basically allows for a utility to enter into special contracts with larger customers. And, so Black Hills, and I don't want to speak for Black Hills, but they've done an exceptional job of using that regulatory tool to serve large load customers. We've been a little bit more challenged because the hyperscalers that we talk to, the places we have that are probably best for them haven't been as interesting to them as Cheyenne is, and that's partly because the hyperscalers we talk to, they're looking. Power's certainly important. We haven't had the experience where somebody really wanted a gigawatt in 3 years. They want to build a portfolio and a way to ramp to a certain level, but they're also looking for tax breaks if they can get it. They're looking for land. They're looking for permitting. They're looking to proximity to international airports. They're looking for workforce. They're working for like the whole suite of economic development stuff. So in our, so that happens a lot around Cheyenne because they have a lot of that there. And it's where what's happening in our RMP service territory more generally is, along the Wasatch Front for those reasons that are not so much power related, but very much related to these other economic considerations for these companies. So that's that piece. And then I'm going to start on this and I'll let Craig pick it up. But, for somebody to go, behind the meter, so to speak, or which means you'd have a generation facility of some kind that just served your load, which is you can do today under the existing law, or if the state decided to go one more step to have one generator that served 2 or 3 different things, that would mean that in that rate base, if you will, of industrial customers would be leaving our rate base. So the cost of the system would go up and there'd be fewer people because there'd be fewer people to share the costs of the system with. And when a large customer leaves the system, that really does have an impact on residential customers because they are able to, because of their size and their usage and how that relates, they do end up making lots of contributions to the system cost. So that's one way that you're impacted if those larger loads move off of the system. But the other thing that happens is sometimes the system gets leaned on. So people that are, relying on one generator, they're kind of off the grid. If they end up in a situation where they need power, we end up providing them a service that we didn't really plan to do. So that's another way that residential customers there's a risk that they pick up the tab. And then there's also the thing that's like the most challenging is when in states that have allowed this, you get the situation where the load leaves and then you quit planning for it. So, I'm now counting that like 150 megawatts is no longer part of my load. I don't have to serve it. I'm doing other things. I'm cutting costs. And then I still have an obligation to serve. And so when they knock on the door and say, yeah, it didn't work out, for whatever reason, coal's expensive, gas is expensive, it's harder to run a power plant than I thought, I want back in, if I don't have some kind of regulatory statutory protection, then my existing customers and the existing system is at risk of then absorbing the cost of that reentry. And that has upward pressure on rates. So there are other ways, but those are kind of like the 3 biggest buckets that I thought of. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just to clarify, I believe the Schedule 400 tariff came in response to the bill that we were just previously talking about being able to negotiate large loads from 2019. Do you know, okay, so you were saying you've had trouble because it's not really the same as Cheyenne's area with these Schedule 400s. Do we have any customers on Schedule 400 right now?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Ian, the short answer is no. I'm going to let Craig expand on this in a second, but it's not for lack of trying. It really is to land one of these hyperscalers and the associated developers, you have to have the bundle of stuff. And there is a settling out of the market that's going on a little bit about, looking for prime sites and then branching out from there. So it might not stay that way, but we don't currently have one to answer your question. But I want to be clear, it's not for lack of trying. Craig could talk about it. We bring it up every time we meet with these folks about, have you thought about, some of the spots on our system? So. Yep.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks. And yes, Schedule 400 is our version. I think the statute is 37-3-113 from my notes, but and Black Hills has different tariffs based on the same statute. But talking about some of the goals, so the different challenges that Dick talked about, our aim in these solutions is, to enable responsible economic growth, to modernize transmission and distribution planning and investment tools, to allow for proactive and commission-approved infrastructure development, and ensure fair cost allocation and customer protections. So in those goals, kind of what are the roadblocks? Dick talked about infrastructure can't be built ahead of the demonstrated load. Transmission projects have long lead times and major capital requirements, and large load requests lack consistent timelines and clear cost responsibility. And economic development and transmission planning are often not aligned. So similarly to the different buckets of the problems and the types of customers, we have some thoughts around, we're not starting at ground zero. So, there's incremental adjustments. We don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but, we do have to make adjustments for our current challenges. The first area is that planned infrastructure expansion. So this is trying to resolve, that normal kind of domestic growth, the few percent a year that Dick talked about. We think there's a number of tools that could be implemented and explored that would allow the PSC to review and approve, certain planned expansion investments that would enable utilities to build for forecasted growth with safeguards for customers and certainty for the utility to be able to make those investments. It would not be a tool that could just be exploited. So, we would propose that any type of measure here should have customer protections, whether that's cost caps, true ups, other protective measures for existing customers to, again, make sure that normal, forecasted, predictable, relatively small load growth can be done in a way where it's unencumbered by long lead times for breakers and transformers and that smaller equipment. The second area, kind of shifting gears, is towards the other end of the spectrum. So the large load framework. Again, we think that there have been important developments, both within the state of Wyoming and within our own tariffs. In our most recent rate case, we did work with the commission and other parties in our rate case settlement to include a transition point where loads over 200 megawatts must be on a special contract. So that could be the Schedule 400 that we talked about. There could be other variations, but key requirement of those for us, Schedule 400, supported by the Wyoming statute, is that cost causation follows with the customer that triggered it. But we think that the process could still be enhanced. We could We could look to work with the legislature to have defined timelines for review, studies, and approval. Could explore, what types of credit support and agreements are required before utility enters these, large, often, potential to have speculative development, behind some of these load interests. And then providing, means for transparency with the large customer throughout the evaluation process. I hit on it before, but really the principle is identifying and isolating the incremental infrastructure and costs that are triggered by these, large, unpredictable load requirements, and making sure that those costs don't fall on the rest of the customer base and lead to bad outcomes. The third area kind of addresses the space in the middle. And again, this notion of how do we provide opportunities for economic development. Dick talked about, while we support economic development, it is not a function of the utility to go out and proactively create economic development zones or things of that nature. Like those ultimately end up, if we were to do that, that would create cost shifts amongst our customers that are outside of those areas. And so we think that, aligning those initiatives with county development priorities is a place to lean into. We think with the right collaboration with local communities and potentially with the state, we can be an enabler of those economic development type projects, creating zones, creating infrastructure ahead of known demand. But we think we'd have to look at other financing tools outside of our normal regulatory rate base, which may include looking at bonding, financing programs within the community or the state, or other such mechanisms that focus on funding by the benefiting customers, projects, and communities of that advanced development. And the last area that we think is worth exploring is a relief valve of source. So an alternative for these hyperscale loads, where if their needs can't be met in a way that is not impacting our other customers or on timelines that meet their needs, to have narrow options that provide those projects unique timing and infrastructure needs. We think any process in this space would require good faith engagement with the local utility or co-op, strict reliability standards to make sure that we aren't adversely impacting the customers of the existing system or in these alternative pathways. We want to be clear, we're not suggesting a shift towards deregulation and some of the potential stranded cost concerns that Chairman Case talked about earlier and Dick hit on as well. But looking at prospective loads whose needs can't be met by the system, what are isolated opportunities for those loads to be served in a way that does not negatively impact the existing system or existing customers. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator,
I've got some questions, but do you want to add something to that, Mr. President?
I was just going to kind of tie a bow around it before the questions. That's a lot to absorb over a lot of area, but I just wanted to cut through this a little bit. We've been here for 100 years. We want to be here for 100 more. We recognize that this is a unique time in kind of energy. There's a lot of different, push-pulls about where to go from here. But what we're trying to outline is, and more than anything, is like to make progress, in our view, we have to organize our problems and make our priorities and talk about the solutions that make sense in each bucket. And, that's what we're trying to do. And that's what we're inviting the conversation around. And we also are big believers that utility systems work. I think the co-op model works, especially really well in rural areas. The IOU model works. It's how the West got electrified, and it is how we have low cost and reliable energy for the most part. But we are at a point where each little subsection of it probably needs some tweaks to get us from where we are to where we need to be, especially when we think about setting like large loads aside and just, from 0 to 100, let's say, or even 0 to 200, we do have a chicken and the egg problem that keeps coming up about our desire to want to grow and who pays for it and what the risks are, that we need to sort through in kind of a logical way. And then I think part of that discussion is the commission plays a very important role in retail rate regulation and setting priorities, as does the legislature. But like to see those things to move more in concert, because there are some things some problems that are especially ripe for legislative solutions and some problems that are commission solutions. And, so we have to kind of plan our work and work our plan and kind of like figure out together what the right tool for each job is. So I just wanted to come back to that. And because as we go into questions and start digging into stuff, like we're going to continue to try to organize what we think the different problems are going forward. So I just wanted to tie a bow around that, Mr. Chairman.
Let me get a read on, I know you have a commitment tonight with the governor of Utah. So give me hard stop did you have to fly into Riverton? You flew here? I'm surprised with the weather. Okay, so that 4 o'clock. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for being here. And I just wanted clarification. One of the statements that was made a couple of times is generation is not the problem. So it sounds like infrastructure transmission is the problem. And what I'm trying to understand, and I just don't see the picture clearly. I'm sorry, it's my naivety and ignorance here. But at the end of the day, I don't see it. A big part of this, and you say, well, there has to be regulation changes, that thing, who's paying, who's taking the risk. At the end of the day, when you look at these large loads, somebody's making an investment in that up front. Why is somebody else creating whole new power generation a different risk investment than you do, saying, hey, I'm going to take a risk on providing that power to them? I'm not sure I understand the differences between all those different pieces. When you say generation is not the problem appears to be infrastructure and transmission, and knowing that for these large loads, for example, even the economic development loads, somebody's, for lack of a better term, spending capital knowing they're going to make money. Why is that different for you? And I'm just trying to understand that. Thank you.
No, that's a great question. Do you want
Mr. Garlish,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke. Yeah, I'll try to break that up into the different pieces that you suggested. If I miss any, let me know and I'll try to come back to them. So first, kind of the generation isn't the problem. So I want to be clear, if someone wants 1,000 megawatts of incremental capacity, they're going to need generation. If there's a new housing development in Laramie, generation is not the problem. So if we look at our long-term plan, so every 2 years we do a long-term plan, and every alternate year we make minor adjustments and update it. When we look at that and we look at our eastern states, including Wyoming, we specifically look at traditional load growth, residential load growth, commercial load growth, industrial load growth. We kind of set aside these data center loads. We say, what does the existing system need? And if we look at the existing generation fleet, and we know that certain Western states are going to be transitioning away from that generation fleet, that underlying load growth can be met without building new generation. So when we look out 20 years, kind of the first time horizons where we get an indication that some new generation may be needed in our eastern states is like 2030. No real large requirements until you get out into 2035, 2036. So that, you know, kind of few hundred megawatts of growth over that time frame, again, across Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, that can all be supported with the existing generation fleet. So the constraints, when you're talking about a 25 megawatt load request, those things, they are either, you know, very local constraints. I need a new distribution line out of the substation, a minor upgrade to the next local substation. And as you get larger requests, you know, you may need a bigger transmission improvement or some type of upgrade to the local network, which is, you know, when you get to that level, it's kind of the issues that you may have heard about in the Laramie area, where the existing transmission system that we use to wheel power into Laramie has some constraints and either needs upgraded or we would need to bring, you know, new large transmission lines in. So that's kind of that first piece. That's that distinguishing how can we say generation is not the problem? Again, it's trying to separate the different customers into different buckets. If someone wants 200 megawatts, I will need generation. At some point, I'll need generation. I may have opportunities to start that customer early, bridge capacity, make purchases in the market. But at some point, for a customer of 200 megawatts or more, I'm going to be building incremental generation that my other customers don't necessarily need. And that's where we think that risk dynamic and the need to make a bifurcation point where we say, you are a particular size of load that is bringing increased costs and risks. These things are not needed for the general customer base on the timelines needed for your particular project. And so we need to do things to isolate those costs and recover them, whether that's upfront, whether that's asking increased flexibility from that customer to avoid system generation, or whether that's, you know, looking at financing arrangements that would be authorized under our Schedule 400 under Wyoming law, where, you know, we could make those investments, recover them through time from the customer, but not put it into the general rate base that all customers contribute to. I'm certain I missed a part of your question, but I hope that's a start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me add on that then. So you hit some of the point, but what it still is not crystal clear is, and maybe it won't ever be crystal, so maybe I should back off that word. It might be a little much. That being said, but what is not clear is, so is it more expensive for you to, and thank you for the separation of the generation is where generation is needed or is not needed. That helps a little bit. But let's talk about these smaller loads, for example. Is it more cost effective for them to start from scratch and create this cogeneration capability than it is for you to plan for the additional infrastructure to reach them and give them that same capability? That distinction is just not clear to me. And they view it as, hey, I'm going to make this investment. I would argue if it's going to it would have to make you money too, understand? But I would say that shouldn't be directly tied to the rest of our ratepayers or your normal base of ratepayers. That should be an investment that you say, yeah, I can make an investment. And by the way, it's less expensive. Does regulation make it more expensive? What causes that infrastructure transmission to be a bigger expense or a bigger risk to you than it is for somebody who's building it from scratch? This is the piece I can't quite see.
Okay.
Pretty good question.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke. So I'm gonna try to tease this apart again. So for an existing customer that we are serving their full load, you know, they have the ability to install their own generation facility. There are different tariffs that would apply to that if they're serving a part of their load on their own, and whether we're backing that load up or not. And so there would be different rules that apply there. From time to time, we work with customers looking at that, you know, does it make sense for them to make those investments, or can we do it more cheaply? from time to time, we may look at that and say, in this particular instance, based on your load pattern, if you can achieve this reliability, you know, it may be cost effective, it may not. When those things happen, you know, there is a lot of assumptions that go into it. And generally you're giving up our access to multiple different fuel types for a particular one. And so that may be a good bet, maybe a good bet for a period of time. It may change in the future, but there are existing mechanisms to allow customers to do that. On you know, some of the examples that were discussed were new load growth, and so that can add a new wrinkle. Things that can influence the economics of, does it make sense to have my own generation versus relying on the system? Might look at, do I have other industrial heat needs at my site? If I do, you know, having something that produces electricity and waste heat, I can maybe use that waste heat in some of my other processes. That changes the economics. So it becomes very, very case specific on whether or not that is a savings or a cost. And we see customers move into that space and move out of that space. You know, where a customer may add their own generation, another customer may have their own generation, and it becomes uncost effective, and they come back into the system. So that exists today. Customers can do that. It is different than third party generation. Is that helpful? Does that get you there?
There's a lot of goblet. This is really hard.
Yeah.
It's super hard. You guys are being utilities right now, which is what you do all day long. And we're sitting here with some of our best wealth producers in Wyoming that contribute hugely to our bottom line and pay for everything, the school, everything in Wyoming. And we're trying to somehow meet, because we'd like them to expand. We'd like them to outperform the Chinese. We would love all of this. It's the cleanest industry. The workers are taken care of. They have health insurance. You try that in any other industry around. It's huge. It's a big deal. And I'm almost reaching to say, is there a scenario where you can sit down with them and work through all of these and come up with contingencies where you can help them to help themselves and maybe help the system too, by making sure that you don't get stuck? I say, we can't supply your load for 7 years. We can understand why you might want to go on your own. We could work with you on a contract for that, that has things that protect our side of the equation, protect our utility customers. For example, if you do not use and take enough power to pay for the facilities that have been installed, you have to pay a penalty. You have to pay because of that. Or if your plant doesn't perform as well as we're all thinking it might, and you want to come back on a system, you have to pay for that. And maybe you could buy, third-party insurance. You can buy contingencies. There are ways to structure deals to protect customers, to protect other customers, and to protect these customers potentially in these very it's true, we've always had problems trying to grow systems and get people to not leave costs stranded, and it's not a new problem, but it seems like it has new impacts right now. And we see, you're the big guy, and Black Hills is in a very good position, and everybody says how great they are and that they found this flexible sweet spot, and that if Mr. Rude's plant was outside of Cheyenne, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this, is the feeling that we all have in this room. So is there a way to kind of meet in the middle somehow? Whether it's, maybe it's part of an unregulated subsidiary, maybe I'm reaching. We're in a hard part here. I guarantee you what the Minerals Committee is going to come up with. It's not going to be a balance with ratepayers. It's going to be, you need to supply this load.
That's true.
Or they turn them free. Mr. Garlish. Oh, and then let me get my co-chairman in. You take a breath, and I know that. Go ahead, Mr. Co-chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And going a step further with that, why is there not more, we keep saying, let's take the large loads out, let's take the data centers out. Why isn't there more cohesion? Because you got Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Oracle, who have the capital and are willing to spend the capital for data centers. Why isn't there more cohesion with them? Because you've got those end users, then you've got hyperscalers, then you've got the power companies, and the retail regular customers are kind of out. Then we've got mid-level customers like the Trona Patch. Why isn't there more cohesion with power companies and in the actual large capital, I would call them private equity capital, to build that power, to maintain with Trona Patch those long-term contracts that help solidify that? Because like everybody says, these companies don't want to be a power company. The Microsoft, the Googles, the Oracles, they don't want to deal with that. Yet they have the capital to at least form partnerships that may solve everybody's problems.
Kind of two different things, maybe. So deep breath and hit the ball.
Yeah, no, but there are two important things, and this is, maybe we tried to go, the distinctions matter though. To your point, Senator Case, this is all super hard. The challenge for our extraction industries and the challenge for the Trona Patch, those are hard on their own. And I want to come back to that in a second, but I'm going to try to de-wonk first.
Yeah.
That's a hard set of challenges in and of itself. Hyperscalers and landing hyperscalers and large loads is a hard challenge, but it's also a different one. Not everything is true or true in that sense and how they work together. So I'm going to take the hyperscalers first. There's a lot of noise and discussion about who's out there and what they're willing to do and what they're willing to pay for and just make it happen. These are some of the most sophisticated businesses in the country. They're some of the most sophisticated businesses in the world. They're some of the most wealthiest businesses in the world.
Huge profit margins.
They did not get there because they don't manage risk, and they don't get there because they give away that capital without a return on investment. And they are in a risky space. Yes, they need power. Yes, they are well capitalized, but they have risks on chips and technology and how they changed. And so to oversimplify it a bit, in our discussion so far, nobody wants to make a 20, 40, 50-year commitment and a $4, $5, $6, $8 billion to build out 7 gigawatts if they think that the chips are going to change in 2 or 3 and become more efficient. So they manage risk, and they look at, what is my portfolio of options that I could pull a trigger on over time to build up to that load. And I'm not going to put capital in, and I'm not going to invest capital until I have, the time is right to do it, and I've de-risked my fundamental business, right? So that's real. And what they're looking for is they put that portfolio together. They are considering all offers, and they're in the position of being the belle of the ball. Everybody wants or thinks they want these types of loads. And we see it a lot because, whether it's in Utah or in Wyoming, we talk to different folks that are trying to do work in this AI space. There are very plucky entrepreneurial wildcatters that have one piece of the puzzle. Maybe they got the land or maybe they got the water, and they're looking to partner with somebody to make something happen. And then we have a middle group that are, construction folks and developers, and they're used to, a business model where they build out a campus or they build out a residential type of thing, and then they go out and try to sell it. And so they don't know about power. That's not their business, but they just as simple as like, if I have 9 gigawatts of power, I'll be like all the hyperscalers will want me, right? And they don't know what that means. That's one end of the spectrum of the developers and constructors. The other end of that is very sophisticated people that already have relationships with hyperscalers, and it's their business to build out and develop sites for hyperscalers. And they got big balance sheets and all that kind of stuff too. But they're managing their business about how do we partner to get there. And we have this little thing going, at least for us right now, where the hyperscalers are so inundated by people pitching them things that their easiest way to sort through the noise is to say, do you have power? Or do you have a tax break? Well, when you go back and develop more of these things and then come back to talk to me. But at the same time, they're picking up the phone and calling us directly and saying, we'd rather figure out how to do something with you. And we're having that. So, and there's everything in between. And I'm just talking about my perspective. Others might be different, but one thing I do know is like the hype is big and it's a mix of real players and almost real players and aspirational players. But the hyperscalers, the Amazons, the Googles, the Microsofts, Oracles, they're calling the tune and they're doing what you'd expect big sophisticated businesses to do: manage risk and make smart decisions over a period of time. So that's that. And, and then we get into so those are different tools that are needed to attract those loads. If we want to attract them to Wyoming or any place else, and who pays and how we protect existing customers, but also provide them a pathway to do it. And we are open to all different types of arrangements with large loads, the hyperscalers. We can talk to you, give you examples of all the different commercial arrangements that we've offered. We want something that works for customers and we want to protect our existing customers, but we want these things too. We want the growth too. The challenge in those commercial negotiations has been a lot about security. Who fronts the money for even the development that they want to pay for and when? So that's been a challenge. And then the location and those factors I talked about before about looking for the whole package for a site. All that's hard on its own. And I think, we have some tools. We have the statute and the tariffs underneath it. There's probably some tweaks that we could do and discuss, but I think there is room to talk about how we could work together to make sure customers are protected, but we, incentivize the right kind of folks to be in Wyoming. We worked a lot on this in Utah, and I feel like we got to a different place because we do have an avenue for if the utility can't, reach a accommodation or special contract with those hyperscalers or developers, under limited circumstances with lots and lots of customer protections, they can pursue a different option. So we can talk about that, but I'm going to be pretty adamant when we talk about it that existing businesses and customers are protected. Because I don't want, my regular customers, quote unquote, regular customers, all my customers are important, but I don't want my existing customers to be at risk for, if in 5 years, Google or Oracle decides that they don't need these kind of data centers anymore because they got the flux capacitor has made it so we don't need to have data centers anymore. So that's all real hard and complicated. So, and then this other thing, and this is going to kind of come back to you, Representative Locke, and is things like the Trona patch. This one's very, very challenging because really for us, our part of the problem is it's not a generation issue. We have generation on the system. The transmission around the Trona patch, the 230 kV system, needs upgrades. If we could do some upgrades there, I think we'd have easier options for expansion and more cost-effective choices. But we have had lots of conversations with almost everybody in the Trona patch about special contracts and behind the meter. And matter of fact, some plants do have their own. They have made that they penciled out for them to do. So happy to have those kind of conversations. But you asked an important question earlier, is it really cheaper or better for them to do that? In a perfect world, when the utility system is working correctly, We are making investments in the system and we're staying ahead, just a little bit ahead of the load growth. So we're ready when the Toronto patch wants to put another 25 megawatts on. So instead of going from 0 to 100, we're only going from 0 to 10. And I have that in the generation, but some of this distribution infrastructure and some of the transmission infrastructure is tough. So when we hear the 7 years and the upgrade, that's because in order to get the generation we have to them, we need to do something with this 230 kV system. But I want to be clear, like we can and do talk to folks all the time and try to find the middle. And I'd also say that, you know, that's a very dynamic business and it changes a lot. I mean, we've had conversations about, you know, doing different types of expansions and whatnot, and different types of sleeve deals and, you know, many different types of things trying to meet that need. But something changed in the business and, you know, they decided not to move forward with that. But it's one of the problems, honestly, that keeps me up at night. That one is hard. But this could be another place where, you know, we have the behind the meter, you know, if there were some kind of, but if we could maybe talk about that same kind of thing about the hyperscalers being able to do some different things, if we weren't able to meet their load. But I think ultimately having the Trona patch in the utility, and as part of the utility, and not all of the Trona patch is in my service territory. I want to be clear about that. I'm not trying to speak for the co-ops. They might feel differently about this. So I want to be careful. I'm just talking about me now. You know, having them in the system and as a part of the system does help keep costs of the system lower because of the contributions that they make for their usage. So there's a trade-off. There's definitely a trade-off there. And if they go out and then they come back, that's what I was alluding to earlier. Like there's got to be some protections in there. So that's a whole problem. And then the last problem, I'll use Laramie as a great example. Like Laramie had a great opportunity to expand with Mountain Cement. And this was bread and butter stuff. They wanted to go from where they were to add 25 megawatts. But the transmission system around Laramie is pretty constrained. And our load growth didn't have anything that told us our projections. Remember I told you we could look out and then we plan. There was nothing that we had on our radar that they were going to go to 25 megawatts. So we really had the hustle and bustle to find a way to bring that on. And that's another area where I'd like to figure out a way where we could I hate to use the word overbuild, but like get on a 5-year like distribution planning process, transmission planning process, where we could overbuild a little bit to put our communities in better space to, you know, to get what they need and to grow. And then the last bucket is the economic development thing. There's just some places on the system that like, I understand why the economic drive, growth drive is so big and that they want to work with site selectors and those kinds of things to bring the business in and show them how great Wyoming, the communities are. And they need something from us on the power, but like, I don't know if industrials, sovereign zones are the answer. I think that could be a potential vehicle where we just say, hey, for these kind of things, we want to give communities in the state a chance to invest some money and accelerate some build out of infrastructure that's not dependent on organic load growth so they can go out and push that. So I really am trying. We got very wonky. I'm sorry, we're prone to it. It's just a condition of our being. But what I'm trying to convey is like, I'm willing to talk about all of the things in all of those buckets, but understanding that they're not all the same. Like, and they all need attention.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. President, gentlemen, appreciate you being here and all of the dialogue this afternoon. We're in different spots, you know, us on this side of the dais, you over there. And I think you understand where we're coming from. But I just want to throw out the piece that was alluded to by the chairman, which is, it just feels like to me that Wyoming could sit down at the table with you. There's got to be a way. This is a long-time customer that has served our system and brought down the cost for many of the rest of us for a long, long time. And we talk about these hyperscale projects, you know, and we keep talking about all this new stuff that's coming. It just feels like to me that we should be fighting every way we can to figure out a way. And if it takes the state of Wyoming, this group right here, to step in behind and say, okay, if it's going to take a public-private partnership, then let's talk about that. We've got an industry that we need to stand up with them. And so that's the bottom line for me, regardless of all that we've talked about this afternoon. And really appreciate where you guys are. I know you've got data centers from Oregon to Utah, and we know what's going on in Utah. Huge push. And I know that that's pulling energy, but we've got one of our great neighbors that is in trouble, struggling, and we want to try to find out a way that we can help you to help them. Does that make sense, Mr. President?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Land, yes, and I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, I have to be careful what I say. Data centers are great. It's a great opportunity. I am more worried about things like the Trona patch. I'm more worried about the 0 to the 200 and what we need to do to work with you to find solutions that preserve the best of what we got, but adjust for our current circumstances. And want to have that dialogue, and it's a priority of mine. It really is something that needs to be looked at. I'm a believer in the vertically integrated utility. I think it brings a lot of value. It's been the backbone. And so I don't think we need a new regime. I don't think we need a new approach to help out, our existing industries that are looking to grow and be there. But I do think we need to talk about how we can do that better and some different tools. And and it's time to have that conversation. And I guess from my perspective, I would like some help on trying to figure out, on the one hand, I have to play by the rules of the commission and the rules of the statute. If I was in a real business and not a regulated utility taking direction from you guys and the commission, I would love to find a way to just make a bet on the Trona patch and overbuild it. Right? But it comes down to risk and who pays. And I don't, on behalf of my customers, I can't play with their money. So when we talk about how we do that, it is going to take some kind of collaboration of, how we optimize the systems we have in place and create some options for folks, but not at the expense of shifting costs. As much as I want to help the Trona patch, I also don't want to shift a bunch of costs from industry onto residential customers. So we have to work. We can work together. We need to work together, but we just have to agree that both things are important, and then there's a role to play. So I'm in. To be short on it, I'm in on it. Want to.
I mean, we could think out of the box. We could try to think out of the box here. All of us could. And there would be some things that would make your skin crawl a little bit if you're a perfect capitalist, but you might suggest that an industry that contributes an enormous amount to our permanent mineral severance fund could have the ability through their utility to draw on the financial assets of that pool of money for some lower cost financing than the utility could provide by themselves to achieve the upgrade of the transmission, for example. And we could conceive of a way to do it with an infrastructure authority kind of guarantee where we underwrite the cost of that. And basically we would be left picking up some of the bag if there's failure. But if there's not failure and the industry grows, we're entrepreneurs, we're capital investors in an area that the utility can't be. That's one way. This utility is part of a very big financial empire called Berkshire Hathaway. They have other resources. The head of that organization now is an old utility guy, Greg Abel. They have the potential to, if they wanted to, I'm not saying they want to, they probably don't want to, but to have unregulated participation in projects across their empire that might promote and protect their utility. So it might have benefits down the road for that. There's also a way, if you just keep thinking out of the box, that we adjust the regulatory area to allow for improvements to the infrastructure to the Toronto patch, but have a surcharge on Toronto bills down the road to recover that. And it could be that there's an insurance policy backed up by the state if that industry goes away or something, but there's a plethora of types of participation. One is 100% within the utility where you just get a higher approved rate for a surcharge on Toronto business to make improvements. I mean, and that's all within the utility model, and we make that work. Those are all possibilities. And why can't we talk like that?
Senator Case, members, I think we should. We can and we should. I mean, I don't love all of those. I have my preferences on some of them, but like we should talk about that. I think especially, they all have potential. They really do. I mean, from, my investor base, you talked about Berkshire Hathaway. I think that, yes, they're our owner, but in the pantheon of Berkshire Hathaway,
I read the annual report.
I know you do, but for those of you who don't, because this comes up, and I think I want to kind of, it's important as we enter into this kind of conversation about what the world could be, which I think is the right one. This is an important grounding principle, at least for me to get out there. In the pantheon of Berkshire Hathaway, we are not how Berkshire Hathaway, the utility companies are not how Berkshire Hathaway became Berkshire Hathaway. Mm-hmm. Like we are the Wells Fargo savings account. We are the credit union CD. This is the place where, from their perspective, from the investment perspective, they invest money to get a return that's better than a T-bill. So something like 9-10%. They're not looking for 20%. They're not looking for 30%, but they're also not looking to take the risk for that, right? So that's okay. Like this is a better alternative because they're nice assets and they, over time, are accretive and they're a nice complement to other things in the portfolio, just like you might hedge your own expenses and stuff. Unregulated business, that's more risk and that's more capital intensive and more risk, and that's more challenging. I think our preference generally would be to find ways to work within the existing regulatory construct to make sure that we have stable and consistent return on investment, both the costs and the ROE. So the return of the costs and the return on the money, and not fabulous deals, not amazing deals, just good, solid deals. And when we have stability and consistency in the regulatory framework, that's what turns the spigot on. But because it's kind of looked at as like the CD of the portfolio, when there's a lot of risk, either regulatorily or legislatively, then it becomes hard to get capital. And then I would just say the unregulated, in my experience, like the unregulated, generation business and serving a low, that's tough. It's tough to your costs are generally higher than it is when you have a system. And you're very, very much more subjective to changes in commodity pricing and those kinds of things. it's a tough racket is what I'm saying. So it's very competitive and it's very tough, and it usually, you need a lot of transmission to make that work. So just as we enter into kind of talking about those things, if that's where we end up going, I just want to kind of, just give you my initial perspective on some of those things. Yeah.
So I have two questions. If you didn't, if you didn't have plenty of generation, you've said over and over, generation is not the problem. If it were a generation problem, and you seemed like it was not a non-starter to talk about upgrading the transmission in some ways with different platforms. It's positive. If you were short of generation, you might be talking about participating in their generation project in the same manner. I mean, it might make sense. It just doesn't make sense to you because you don't need more generation. And you're already, and so I do get that. And I take it that's one thing. There's a lot of talk in the industry about repowering conductors on existing transmission. And that's where they have new conductors now that instead of having a steel core, they have a carbon filament core, and the conductors are designed to be a little bit more efficient because they're not round. They fit in a package where there's just more aluminum conductor on the line. They don't sag, and you can go and you can potentially use the same towers, reconduct, and deliver much more power without having to rebuild or resite the whole route. Is that a possibility? Reconductoring?
Potentially. I mean, it depends on, that could be. Oftentimes it's not like if there is a technology, right? Or an alternative technology, it's how much does it cost and what is the time frame to get it done?
Yeah.
But, so thinking broadly, yeah, we can and do, I mean, Craig, what's that? We do. Let me finish my thought, and then you can go, and then we got to. We are open to different things, and we talk about them a lot more than we do maybe in public spaces, and that's maybe our bad part. But I will say, I'm like Craig talk about the details of this, but it comes down to the math a lot of times about whether something is actually pencils out to be an alternative, and so we always generally start in these kind of conversations with lots of ideas with customers. But then when we get down to how much is it really going to cost and who pays, that's where the rubber meets the road. So especially with new technologies, it's not always, they're not always the most cost effective if they're new and innovative, but Mr. Chairman, could Craig pile on?
But reconductoring has got to be easier than building an entire new transmission line. I'm just guessing.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have, I'm not a transmission engineer, I'm not a transmission planner, but we have used advanced conductors in certain applications. We have repowered, put new conductors on existing poles, moved from, 230 to 345 kV to get more capacity. So I don't know if that's the solution in the Trona patch, but we would certainly look at it. I think on engaging in solutions, I think the key thing is to define, again, not one tool is the solution for every problem. I think if we can work together to define particular problems, I heard a few particular things, if we focus on the Trona patch, one is tight margins. They're worried about affordability. One is unique reliability concerns. And one is having, an avenue for growth. If we sat down and said, in this area, we want to address these three problems, we could collectively find a solution. I'm confident in that.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Gerlish and Mr. Eller. We're obviously not the only state in your territory that has these large data centers going in. I see articles. And we're also not the only idea generators. So I'm curious, are there concrete ideas from the other states that you're in that seem to satisfy some of the problems that you have basically brought up?
Who's gonna?
Senator Case, Representative Yin, yes. I think Utah is probably the easiest one. I think it started with like Utah had the discussion about what kind of data centers do we want and how important are they to us, and how much growth do we want, and what is the impact and what is the cost to other areas of our society. And like they really started with, we only got so much water, we only got so much land, we only got so much air shed, and do we want the infrastructure to support the data center, or do we want data centers? And from that discussion, it got very specific. To Craig's point, it's a good example of they defined what was important to them in the problem. And like that decision that came from the state was basically, we're open to it and we want some of it, but we want it on very specific terms. Like it doesn't impact existing customers. We prefer to have the infrastructure more than the actual data center. And then from that law, we ended up with a special contract tariff that kind of address those issues. And it's made it very, very clear for us because we were able to separate our existing needs and for our organic and existing customers from the large load customers, and then got the ability to enter into special contracts with them to be able to meet their needs and their ramp rates. And, we signed our first big contract under the contract just a few months ago. So that's there. And I think that the law that you mentioned earlier in our version of the tariff is the right tool. Like, I think we could argue about some improvements and advocate for, I think it's the right tool. I've struggled to implement it because not that I don't have a tool necessarily in Wyoming, but more that the market hasn't shifted to the point where some of my more advantageous places on my system are attractive to who I'm trying to land and to the hyperscalers I'm trying to entice. And then just, I said this earlier, but I think where I look and see where it's happening, it's really because there's a basket of things that are beyond the power.
We're sensitive of your time. Senator Dockstader?
Speaking of time, when we catch this before they leave, got to go downstream. We're always more important in Wyoming. But let me just ask this. Mr. Eller, you talked about being an enabler for economic development. Could we enable you for a luncheon in Kemmer soon?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm going to
Right
come with
answer.
it because I like those lunches, so I'm coming too.
Get a hold of you.
So I do want to leave you with one thing too, is that your service territory in Wyoming is not necessarily data center friendly. You don't have the high rise nightlife of Cheyenne but the infrastructure there and the growth of the Northern Front Range. We get that too. You don't necessarily have the tools that Black Hills has. But your area of Wyoming encompasses these natural resource providers that have built this state and will build it. And Trona's one of them. Oil and gas is another. Coal's another. They're really important to us. And they're more important than data centers. And I'll tell you what, all those data centers won't pay the taxes that the Trona patch will pay over time. The Trona patch, the minerals in Wyoming is the only income-based tax we have. If you don't think it's an income tax, it very much is an income tax. Ad valorem and severance on their production. So they pay their freight. And we have to figure out a solution with you. And it may involve more state participation as a backup partner or an insurance deal.
Senator Case, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, it's always nice to have new customers and I'm happy to do that. But I said it before, I say it again, like the core is what I'm concerned about. And I would like to have some help from the state to figure out how I could help do that, because it is the most important thing for the state, but it's also the biggest part of my existing business. And I'd love to talk about that more.
We'll see. We know you got to catch a flight. So anybody else want to catch them on the way out? Let's take a break and let's come back at 10 after and I guess Black Hills.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, everybody. Our goal is to sit back down, take up the meeting, and finish up. Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. We have the heroes of the eastern southeast Wyoming, I think. So, Mr. Bush, who did you bring along?
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. David Bush here with Black Hills Energy. To my right is Casey Daniels. He's our manager of regulatory for the state of Wyoming. To my left is Joseph Burrell. He's our business development manager for Wyoming. I've got them here just understanding that the complexity of this issue and sort of the many rabbit holes that we may go down at some point. So I've got a little bit of expertise on a lot of expertise on several different topics. So to start, I would I guess I would start with thank you for the compliments that were paid to Black Hills and the way we've crafted our large load tariff. For those that are unsure of what it is, it's called the Large Power Contract Service Tariff, LPCS for short. That tariff is the one that we designed when Microsoft came onto the scene in about 2012. The tariff is designed to, as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman and others, it's designed to protect our other customers that are in our system. And it requires anyone on the LPCS tariff to basically pay for everything that they need, to put it short and easy. So if they need transmission, they pay for the transmission. If there's a substation that's required to serve their load, they pay for the substation. The LPCS tariff begins for customers that are above 13 megawatts. The first 13 megawatts basically comes as the industrial rate. So they're paying into the system that the rest of the ratepayers are on as well. And that way they kind of have some skin in the game when it comes to helping to pay for the system that serves Cheyenne. I should start there too. I think most of you know, but our electric service territory is basically the city of Cheyenne. We also, under our South Dakota utility Black Hills Power, we serve a little section of northeastern Wyoming, and we have generation assets in the Gillette area. We've got a coal mine up there, Wyodak coal mine, and the Wyodak, part owners of the Wyodak plant, and the Neil Simpson Energy Complex outside of Gillette, so coal-fired energy there. We have our Cheyenne Prairie Generating Station, which is natural gas, east of Cheyenne. That was built in 2014. We do have some renewables that's on a subscription basis. So we had several customers that came to us and said, we'd like to build some renewables. And we said, we can do it cheaper and better. So let us do it and you guys pay for it. So that's what we did. That was not rate-based to our other customers. That's just those customers that wanted that energy. So that's kind of a quick snapshot. We also do natural gas service. If I guess you draw a line from Cody to Rollins, much of the eastern half of the state. So there's kind of a big pocket in there, but a lot of the eastern half of the state, we do natural gas distribution as well. So back to LPCS and data centers. That's our large load customer. It's been a good fit for us. It's been a good fit for Cheyenne because of the fiber that's there. And I think Mr. Garlish was talking about the proximity to the airport. Denver International Airport is about an hour and a half away. So that allows folks to come in and out for those companies real easy. The intersection of the highways, the interstates, everything, I mean, it's just we didn't get coal, we didn't get natural gas, and we got some oil in Laramie County, but we, thanks to the state and the investment they made in some of the fiber and other things, we've been put into a good situation to be a home for some of these data center projects that have been coming online. The protections that are put in place, and I know the Office of Consumer Advocates here, as is the Public Service Commission, as a regulated utility, everything goes through them. They look over all these contracts, make sure everything's up to snuff, and that we are in fact protecting our other customers so they aren't bearing any pain from these loads that are coming online. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's any specific questions that you want us to address or any other issues. What you mentioned earlier, the legislation we worked on in 2019 was the blockchain interruptible service tariff. That was legislation, came through the blockchain committee, which is now, I think, on its third different name, but that select committee. They have, we came up with a tariff because we had so much interest in Bitcoin miners coming to Wyoming. And at that time, we didn't really have any mechanism to protect our customers from that sort of a load. It was very speculative load. They could come in and out pretty quickly. There was problems around the country with those folks showing up, setting up shop, taking a lot of power and creating a lot of problems. We wanted to prevent that, so we worked through this committee and came up with a solution that does require, that tariff requires that power to be interruptible. So when we have the power, the Bitcoin miners get it. Basically, if we need to shut them down because we need that power to serve our other customers, we call them and pretty quickly we can shut that power down and route it to our other customers. So again, another way that and they pay for all those upgrades as well. That's not something that our other ratepayers are involved with. So that's us in a nutshell. Again, appreciate all the laudits that you've thrown our way. So,
And the large load tariff, the other tariff, not the Bitcoin tariff, it goes back to what time? 2012?
Sorry, it was approved in 2016.
Yeah.
I think Microsoft started the process of coming to Cheyenne in about 2012. It takes several years with these projects. And usually that process begins very early. They start talking to the local economic development group. They talk to us about the power that they need. They talk to the city, whoever else that they need to go through all the studies and the processes to make sure it's a good fit for everyone.
I remember that legislation because you were pretty new and there was a Black Hills executive and we had a lot of time on the phone for several times.
Mr. Chairman, that was Kyle White.
Yeah, Kyle, he was a great old
Yep.
utility guy. Okay. I remember exactly what we were doing. I was working on a project that time, spent a lot of time on the phone with you. Would you guys like to go ahead, introduce yourselves and say anything?
Yeah, Casey Daniels. I'm the regulatory manager for Cheyenne Light. Really not a lot to add here. Excuse me. The only thing I guess I would say is that the model continues to work. It's been a decade of good business practice rooted in sound policy. So it works well. I pay these Cheyenne rates. I'm a Cheyenne resident. So I'm involved in the calculation of those rates and I'm happy to see that they're working well.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, as my colleague Dave Bush said, I'm business development manager. I do the natural gas and electric for the entire state of Wyoming, whatever that is, from 5 megawatt load to helping bring on data centers or these large power customer service customers. So, but yeah, they did a great job summing up the story of Black Hills.
Would you repeat your name?
Joseph Burrell.
Okay, thanks. You got it. So I'll start this off. Let's suppose that Rocky Mountain Power had your territory and you had Rocky Mountain Power's territory with the problem that we were discussing earlier. what would you say would be the solution to that?
I guess I'll jump in again, Casey Daniels here. I would say that the model that we put in place works very well, right? So some of the things that you have to consider is where's the load going to be located, where are the generation assets. Transmission is a key component, as Mr. Garlish stated in his testimony. I do think that the model is working well, where you have customers paying for the facilities that they need. These are large loads, a lot of investments. We've got a reliable system. When you bring on these additional large loads, they bring new reliability because you have to invest in the system for them. But does that necessarily mean that the residential customer should be paying for it? That's not been our policy. So I think that the large power contract service tariff model is working very well, and I think it would work well in other parts of the state.
Let me follow up with you just a little bit. These aren't new customers. These are old customers that you've served a long time, still pretending you have their territory and they have yours, and they want to expand. You put them under that tariff, or how does that fit in your mind?
Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges with existing customers that have been on the system for a while, they want to grow, specifically with mining operations. What we've seen is those sort of customers don't typically want to pay 100% of the cost up front. So when I mentioned that the investments made on the system to support load growth are beneficial to everybody, that is true. But does that mean they should pay for it? Not necessarily. So if we were in a situation where an existing customer wanted to expand their business, there's two things we could do. I think the first would be, how do we ring fence the other customers, protect them from any additional asset costs that these customers need to expand their growth? The other thing I would add is we have a provision in our tariff. It's called a business expansion incentive, where we essentially reduce the cost, the per kilowatt cost on the demand charge, which would make it more cost effective for this customer to grow.
Okay, we got interest here. I knew we'd get some eventually. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you guys for being here. Two questions is, how many data centers will Cheyenne and Laramie County have in the next 10 years? And do you have excess generation at present? Like they said they have. Do you have the excess generation?
Yeah.
Let me just tell me how much growth is coming to Cheyenne.
That's a great question. I think, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Great question. I don't think there's an easy answer to say we're going to have this much growth over the next 10 years because we have customers or speculative customers come to us all the time. This is what we're wanting to do. Some of those work out and we're able to bring them on. Some of them, the economics just don't pencil out for a number of reasons. I guess the second part of your question was how many data center customers do we have currently or in the next 10 years?
Mr. Chairman, how many are kicking the tires wanting to move to Laramie County?
Gotcha. Mr. Chairman, currently we are actively negotiating contracts with several large power. I think of those that haven't already been aren't in the news. I mean, we have speculative of two that are happening. But then like I say, we're always getting requests every week. We can't really say that those are going to happen within 10 years because they're speculative in nature.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, we hear through the grapevine and Facebook that there's 100 of these data centers coming. I mean, you're saying there's only 2 or 3 at present, or is that? So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There you go.
Mr. Chair, thank you. There's not 100. I mean, unless High West in eastern part of the Cheyenne area is hiding some. I don't know. We don't have that many. Do we have more tire kickers, yeah. But realistically, we only have 2 definitive projects that we're actively working on that have progressed to any sort of actual meaningful project.
Wow. That would be real news if Cowboy State Daily were here. Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll throw this one out to any of you. So Black Hills is a natural gas provider too, and we have now a data center that's going to be producing their own power with natural gas generation. What's that going to do to Grandma's gas bill?
Who's got that? Yes, sir.
Yep, Chairman, thank you. So Representative, it's not going to have any negative impact on Grandma's gas bill. So these, the way that some of these arrangements could work is you've got interstate transmission pipelines that these large generation companies could tap into. That would be separate from what we're doing. So no loss of sales on the Black Hills Wyoming gas system. So therefore, no negative impact to rates.
Anybody else? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for this. I just wanted a little more clarification on the chairman's question about what you do. And I wanted, it wasn't, you kind of hit some of the high points, but I want to be clear. Does it have to do with currency or health of the current infrastructure, availability of infrastructure? Does it have to do with distance? Does it have to do, and you mentioned the type of customers you're serving with these large loads. If you could just be a little more clear on which pieces of those you think are working versus which ones they might be bumping into in these other areas. I'd like to understand that just a little bit better, because as we try to work through this and come up with ideas, I would like to understand the nuance of why it's working so well here. And one might argue maybe it's just distance, or maybe it's age of infrastructure, or I'd just like to understand what's the bits and pieces that are working and where this might be breaking down. Thank you.
And one of the pieces of that, if I might tag on, is the existing customer expansion versus a new customer. It seems to be an important piece. So maybe more elaboration.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, I'll take a stab at it and then turn it over to my colleagues if I need to. So one of the benefits that we have is with, and I'm assuming we're now out of Rocky Mountain Power. We're not Rocky Mountain Power anymore. We're back to being Cheyenne Light. Are we done with that exercise?
I think we try and understand what's different between them and you.
Okay.
And what's different about the customers, what's different about the circumstance, why can you do this, which seems to be for new customers, and they can't help old customers that have paid freight forever.
Okay. So one thing I did want to mention, we just recently finished, and I think it's been in the news, some of you may have seen, we just finished our Ready Wyoming transmission project. It's a 260-mile transmission line that we built 3 years. And that was for several reasons, long-term benefits to our customers here in Cheyenne, not here, in Cheyenne. Also, there was some constraints that we were finding with our previous transmission provider, which was the Western Area Power Authority. So there was a couple of things there that provided an opportunity for us to invest in that transmission system. The new customers, we do have the benefit of that. Cheyenne has, for years, we've got a refinery, we've got chemical facility there that are older customers that have been there for a while. Haven't quite seen the growth, I don't think, that others have, like the mine. But with the new customers, we are in a unique position where they're well capitalized, as has been mentioned.
Absolutely.
They can come in and pay for a lot of things that perhaps others couldn't in that situation. So it's a situation where we're benefiting from being at a unique period when these data centers have really started to take off. They like to cluster. They do generally like grid reliability. They like being connected to the grid because of the possibility of how they can get their power and things like that. And to that point, our tariff requires that when we're looking at power, the least cost power, and Casey can kick me if I screw this up, the least cost power goes to our other customers. We ensure that we're not, if we have, say, 3-cent power that's available and 5-cent power, the 3-cent power is going to those residential and other customers and not to those data centers. Is that accurate? So the tariff really does have a lot of protections built into it that help our existing customers. Now, if I'm understanding the question properly, I probably need some help from my colleagues on how, if we have an existing customer that's looking to grow and needs that investment, say, we're just going to go back to the mine topic, how would we solve that problem? Is that kind of the question you're getting at, Representative? I'm going to turn it over to the experts and see what ideas they might be able to come up with on that.
Yeah, and I'll throw something out and you tell me if I'm right or wrong. When you made that investment in Cheyenne, it made sense for all of your customers. When Rocky Mountain Power is looking at upgrading this transmission line to the Trona region, they have to recover the cost from that Trona region or put the money out front. That's a challenge. The customers, the new customers that you have that just jump at this tariff because they can't get power anywhere else in the country, and they're excited to come and do that and they have the money to pay. They're happy to pay. They're not a commodity constrained margin business like Rocky Mountain Power faces in the Trona fields, where that is very sensitive. They can't say, you bet we can get you power and this is what it's going to cost. And the Trona industry can't happily write that check and jump on board smiling like the data centers can in your territory. So these circumstances are extremely different. You're a great company. They're a great company too. But some of this is fortuitous about who your new customers are. And we're more looking at existing customers that are trying to grow and survive in a real margin-based business where facilities are dedicated to them in a very big way. And so a lot of your transmission that you just built, and kudos to you, because not a lot of people are getting that done, that was benefiting more your overall customer base, I would guess. I throw those out. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I would never be.
Chairman Case, that's correct. Ready Wyoming did two things. It allowed us to replace and offset the expense of third-party transmission costs that we had no control over.
Mm-hmm.
And the second thing it allowed us to do is take control of our own destiny, enable the growth of our broader system, which creates a benefit for all customers, exactly as you pointed out. Going back to the other question with existing customers, what does that process look like if we have somebody that is here today and doesn't necessarily want to pay 100% of the cost of their facility upgrades? Well, there is a lengthy regulatory process in order to get the approval before we can even construct those facilities. So the first thing that would need to take place is that additional load would need to be studied through an integrated resource plan. I'm sure you recall 1-2 years ago, statutes were passed to enable an IRP review process as well as an RFP review process. So let's say hypothetically, Cheyenne Light had a mining operation that was currently at 5 megawatts and wanted to grow to 105 megawatts, so 100 megawatt load growth. We'd have to study that in an IRP, present that before the commission, could take 6 to 12 months, not counting the study work ahead of time, which would take at least a year. So now we're up to 2 years. Then you go to the RFP process, could take 6 to 12 months. And then you have the CPCN process, could take 6 to 12 months. So right there is 4 years of study and regulatory work right there, just to enable new load growth for an existing customer.
Yeah. And so is this clear to you guys? This sounds like Rocky Mountain Power's problem in a way. I mean, do you see that? This is helpful. You guys are great to come up here. But you are the beauty queens. You've got a lot going for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I think. We also live in, what'd you call it, high rise and nightlife?
Yeah.
Cheyenne. And Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think the other piece of this discussion that, we talk about generation, we talk about transmission. For years, Wyoming has done really well on generation. We build coal mines, coal plants, generate power, ship it out of the state. Somebody else gets the benefit. We have an opportunity now, and we're seeing that growth in the Cheyenne area, to begin to really invest in maybe some new generation that could benefit the state of Wyoming. Natural gas is something that a lot of these data centers are looking at because it's the quickest, easiest power for them to get their hands on, honestly. It is base load. It's clean-ish, cleaner than coal, but sometimes. But it's something that they can rely on and that they are looking to invest in. That helps the state of Wyoming. The projects that we're looking at in Cheyenne, we've partnered with them. Tallgrass is the one that Representative Lucas was talking about. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you also referenced the gigawatt size project in Cheyenne area that's looking to come online. We're working with Tallgrass under current statute, current law, to make sure that they have the power that they need, and the power for that data center is well managed, and everything's great. So when we get nervous about some of these solutions, because they are a universal, they impact all of us. They impact us, they impact the co-ops. It's a very complicated issue, as you well know, and I think the committee also knows now. If this isn't a subject that you're fully aware of, I think you're getting the flavor that electricity management and regulation is very complex and complicated, and the amount of protections that we try to put in for customers to ensure that we're not impacting them, it takes time, as Casey was just pointing out. We do a lot of studies. We're trying to ensure that we're protecting our customers as best as we can. The Public Service Commission and the OCA ensure that we are protecting our customers as the best we can. So I think when we start talking about solutions, we always just ask for caution in making sure that by trying to fix one problem, we're not creating another one, and creating a situation where Cheyenne is primed for well-managed growth that can benefit the community and can help us continue to have the economic development that I think a lot of folks in the city would like to see. I've been there for over 40 years now, and this is the best economic development we've seen in this city in I don't know how long. We've got some distribution centers. That's great. We've got some light manufacturing that's moved in, Magpul and some others that's moved in. That's great. As a utility and as an energy state, data centers offer an opportunity for us to really start to grow. They are looking for energy. We produce energy. It's a great opportunity.
Thanks. Okay. Let's just look. I've got everybody. Okay, we're going to go Yen and then we'll go Johnson. We're going to finish this topic today, so let's be mindful and I'll shut up. Representative Yen and then Representative Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Bush, and all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. It's, I think it's really interesting to hear that the new loads actually help all ratepayers. I think that's great. And I think it really reinforces the fact that our good chairman basically said, with scale, we all benefit. I'm curious, could you give us maybe like a little bit of a high level overview of what those negotiated agreements look like? So what happens, let's say I'm a data center, I want to move in, I negotiate something with you, and then a year, 2 years, I decide, oops, I screwed up and I gotta go. What happens to those assets that get put in the ground? And is that all in the negotiation?
Who's got it?
I think we can, or Mr. Chair, I think we can split it between Casey and I in a little bit. But those, to answer your question, Representative Ian, all of those protections are backstopped by the company that's investing in those in the improvements. if they a year later have to pack up and go away, the contract clearly outlines how the Black Hills is compensated for the infrastructure or the investment. So that way the existing rate base isn't harmed. And I wish I could say it's a blanket magic bullet for everybody, but because of the nature of the investments and the nature of the projects, each of those contracts look different. And so it's not a one size fit all answer. But I will say that yes, all that is backstopped by those that are causing the need for the increase or the improvements on the system.
Okay, let's go to Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to come back to data centers. If somebody wants to put a data center in Laramie County, it's going to take 4 years of studies. And then how many years to build a power plant? Or how does that work? And how much power is the Cox Ranch looking for? Do you know?
So small timeout. I understood from the question before, if someone wanted to expand, an existing customer wanted to expand within the regulated side of the house, that would be the 4 years integrated resource study. I didn't hear that about the data centers and the new loads under the special tariff. So let's help us with that and help to answer his question.
Chairman Case, Representative Johnson, what the chairman said is correct. Because of the innovative tariff that we have, our large power contract service tariff, the customers that take service under that tariff are not evaluated through the resource planning process in the same way. We're contracting market energy for those customers, so it doesn't take quite as long to get those sort of customers online when they're coming in, paying 100% of their costs, and then providing additional benefits to traditional customers on the system as well.
In other words, they write such a big check that they insulate all the other customers from being impacted. So it's just easier to do. They come in with an insurance policy. Whereas a regular customer slogging away that wants to grow, they're remaining in the system. They're a customer of the system. They have all these system impacts that have to be considered, and that becomes 4 years. And
that is correct, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Rocky Mountain Power, the former is Cheyenne Light Fuel Power, or Black Hills.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know how many of those large customers are in line to build in Laramie County? You say there's 2 currently, but in negotiations, how many can we look forward to? How many can you give power to? What is the upper limit, and where do we stand right now? How many are coming in?
Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, I'll say what I'm about to say. I don't want to scare anybody. Theoretically, it's infinite because those customers are providing or are paying for their own power generation. Realistically, it's not infinity, but we don't know at this time what that number is because it's very dependent on the companies that are wanting to come to Cheyenne. Everything is based on that we use, or every customer that uses the LPCS tariff is responsible for paying for all the upgrades. And so that's why in theory it could be as many as want to come. In reality, we can't put a number on that just because there's other factors that we have no control over of those projects coming to the Cheyenne area.
Anybody else? Should we let these guys off the hook? You want to wrap up something, Mr. Bush?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, and I think part of Representative Johnson's questions too is, where's the power coming from? Is that kind of the point? Okay. So some of them may build generation, like the Tallgrass project, where they're piping in their gas, they're building their own generation, and we're working with them to interconnect to the grid and that kind of thing, basically. That's how that system works. If you're going to connect to the grid, you have to work with the utility. It's regulated at the federal level by FERC. So there's a lot of steps that you have to go through there. If you're talking about, say, the original agreement that we have with Microsoft, so like I said, the first 13 megawatts comes from our generation. That's how they help pay for generation that other customers have already paid for as well. So you and I, as residents of Cheyenne, we pay our monthly bill that goes towards the generation in Campbell County or Eastern Cheyenne, wherever it's coming from, and the transmission system and all the stuff, right? So the first 13 megawatts that come off of their load for Microsoft also comes in at that same level. So they're helping to pay for the stuff that we're paying for as well. Beyond that, their power is procured from the market, basically the grid. Wherever that fuel or the power may be out there, we contract with that to get that for them. They do have their own backup generation as well, but that's, again, not if a data center wants their own generation source. If they come in and say, we want to set up here and we want 150 megawatts of gas plant to power our data center, they would build and pay for, or we would probably build, they would pay for that natural gas facility, and it would be operated for their benefit only. So I think that maybe answers the question, but it's the power is, we need more generation in this country. I think that's a message that's come from the top down.
Except for Rocky Mountain Power.
I think overall, nationally speaking, there's going to be a need for more generation. I think, as Ms. Levin was saying, manufacturing, not just data centers that are these huge customers that are looking for power and power in Wyoming, but if we start building things in this country again, cars, microchips, whatever it may be, that all is power intensive manufacturing. So we're going to need more power. We're going to need to continue to invest in generation and transmission. And to the point that I think we're trying to make with this, with the tariffs that we have in place, we are protecting our other customers to ensure that they're not paying for those investments if it is to benefit one of these large data center type customers.
Anybody else? I think we'll let you guys off the hook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate you
it.
coming. And
My favorite electricity committee. Thank you, sir.
of the four. All right, let's hear from our great cooperatives. I see you brought the brains, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, my name is Sean Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. I'll let these guys introduce themselves, and I'm going to try and be quick because these are the guys you want to hear from about what the co-ops are doing in the large load realm. Just a little refresher. Our association represents 15 distribution co-ops across the state of Wyoming. We have service territory in every county. My back of the napkin calculations, with the exception of Representatives Locke, Weber, Brown, and Johnson, everybody else, including Senator Steinmetz, is either a member owner of a co-op or you have constituents that are. We are not for profit. Any margins that we have left over at the end of the year, we return back to our member owners who own us. Our board of directors are each elected by their respective co-op membership. And we also represent 4 generation and transmission wholesale power providers. You're probably most familiar with Tri-State and Basin. They cover the majority of the state in terms of wholesale power providers. Basin is, as far as I know, the only utility in the country, possibly, that's even entertaining the thought of a new coal-fired generation station up at Dry Fork. The Energy Authority gave them a grant to study what that would cost and what that would look like. But I think that's that's a testament to what we're looking at and trying to meet all the demand. A couple food for thought. Couple items for food for thought. It's kind of interesting that when we started this whole large load discussion a year or so ago, it was the data centers and the hyperscalers that were talking about it. Now it's the legacy industries, the oil and gas, the Trona, the mining. I would contest that the utilities are the original legacy industry because none of these other industries would exist without electricity. So we want to work with all of our friends and all of our partners, whether they be the legacy industries or hyperscalers or data centers. Kind of, I think Representative Yin might have made kind of a similar point. Rising tide raises all boats. If we have a large load in one of our co-op service territories, that helps everybody in terms of rates, in terms of reliability. And so we're not saying no to anybody. We've never said no. We've laid out some, schedules and rates and cost. And if they don't like that, then they usually run to you guys and say, the utilities aren't working with us, but we've never said no. These guys are going to talk about how we say yes. The one other thing, reliability and affordability, somebody mentioned that earlier. That's the mission statement of every co-op. It may vary a little bit, but those are our top two priorities is reliability and affordability, whether you're a rancher, 30 miles from town or a data center or a oil and gas pumping station. We know that you need to have that power on all the time and available whenever you flip the switch or turn the pump on. And you need to be able to afford it. So those are our top tier mission statement values, if you will. When we talk about non-utility generators or third-party generators coming into certificated service territory, I would just maybe argue a little bit that if you have an entity that is building generation and selling that electricity for profit to 1, 2, or 4 customers, how can that not be considered a utility? They're doing the same thing that the rest of us are, but they're getting a pass by not being regulated by the Public Service Commission. Now, I will say that the co-ops, with the exception of Mr. Rogers' co-op, Powder River Energy, we are not rate regulated by the Public Service Commission. We passed this law, I want to say almost 20 years ago. And all of our co-ops, our members, our owners, they had to vote at an annual meeting whether they wanted to stay under rate regulation by the Public Service Commission or get out from under that, because we are self-regulated, being nonprofit. We have no incentive to overinflate rates to make more money when we just give it back to our members. Every co-op, again, with the exception of Powder River Energy, because they chose to stay rate regulated, they all passed that. Their members said, yep, we get it, we want to get out. There are some provisions within that law that if somebody has an issue with a rate, they first go to the board of directors, their co-op board of directors, and have a discussion with the directors and the management. If they're not happy with that, they can take it to the Public Service Commission. And then ultimately, if 5% of the entire membership signed a petition to go back under rate regulation, they have the power to do that. I've always been proud to say that in the past 20 years, we've probably had a handful of members, and Mr. Mays can probably touch on that because I think they've been his, that has gone to the board of directors and said, what's up with this new rate increase? The board and the management has explained it, and they've walked away happy. They've never contested it to the PSC. There's never been a petition by any of our co-ops to come back to under rate regulation. So I think that just proves our track record that we have a different business model than the other two folks that you heard from earlier, and it works very well. And we think we can make it work for large loads, whether they are data centers or mining or oil and gas. That's why we were created. The co-ops were created because nobody else would serve rural Wyoming. And since that time, we've served coal mine expansion up in the Powder River Basin. We provide power to all the coal mines in the basin. For those of you that were around during the coal bed methane boom, again, that was in our service territory, and we served those, and we protected our legacy customers, our existing member owners through all of that. We've served uranium mines. We serve oil and gas a lot in the eastern part of the state. So we can do this, and these guys are going to talk about how we can do this moving forward with even these larger loads. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop and let these guys go at it.
Do it.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Quentin Rogers with Powder River Energy. My title is Vice President of Strategic Development. And I just wanted to echo what Sean had said. At Powder River Energy, we feel like we have a really great relationship with many of our industrial members. We, of course, don't do everything perfect, but we do serve quite a few of them and have what we feel good communication and good relations with them. We speak with them often, multiple times a year, to try to find out what their load increase needs are and how we can plan our system to meet them. We always have cases where we have new load that pops up that were unexpected. Presently, we have a couple pipelines coming through our territory that are in excess of 100 megawatts, and we're finding ways to get that power to them. I guess what I was hoping to speak with you today about was just about Basin Electric and how we feel like we can serve large loads with Basin. So Basin has supported us in the past with serving those coal mines, the oil and gas, the CBM boom, and with the data center coming on in the last few years, all these data center growth and the wants, it's of course put stress on generation. The co-ops in Wyoming are not vertically integrated, meaning we own distribution and some of us own transmission, but we've pooled all of our resources together to purchase the generation from the generation co-ops, Basin and the Tri-State. And so with Basin, they've spent over about a year and a half and just released it last year, a pretty flexible pathway forward for large loads. And so that pathway includes things such as being an independent power producer. If somebody wants to bring their own generation, that's allowable. Precor and Basin will help them figure out how to get connected to the grid. They can have Basin provide the generation solely by themselves so they can pay for it and insulate the rest of the ratepayers. Or there can even be alternative methods where they have special purpose vehicles and such where there's investment from third-party investors and private equity, as Chairman Knapp mentioned earlier, that can feed into that and help resolve some of those costs. So at Powder River, as well as the rest of the co-ops, I think we're just here to say we can do it, and we're excited to do it and continue on the legacy. So thank you.
Mr. Mays.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Mays. I am the CEO of High Plains Power, which serves kind of around Lander. So more central Wyoming, we serve all the way up from Warland, down through Medicine Bow, outskirts into Trona, Togety Pass, pretty big area, wide open spaces, a lot of land between each meter. Echo what Quentin says, the only difference is our power provider is Tri-State G&T. We are called a distribution cooperative. And so we do have transmission, we do have distribution lines. We don't own generation and we don't own high voltage transmission to get it to us. So our job is to buy power from them, get it, and then get it out to all of you guys at the end of the line. That is our goal: reliability, affordability. Those are things that we keep in mind all the time. Our area, we serve a lot of really old oil fields. These oil fields, I think some of them have poles that are ranging from 60 years plus old in these oil fields. We do serve a lot of the reservation. We serve a lot of the more economically depressed areas in central Wyoming. Rates are forefront of our staff and our board's minds every single day. As we look forward to rates, we're trying to make sure that we're doing things that make sense for our members. So going forward from that, part of that is once again, we're here to serve our members. We are member owned. As soon as you sign that membership agreement, we are there to serve you. To get onto our grid, we do have people do contribution and aid of construction. So we do require them to pay to connect to the grid and provide that resource to get them going. The big thing that I'm talking about today is with Tri-State, we've worked with them over the past year to kind of come up with options for large loads. We'll start at the very top. If someone wants to come on and they want to get transmission services and that's way too far out, we'll partner with them and do what we call island generation, where this might be where we will partner with someone who will do the generation resource, partner with them where they sell that energy back to Tri-State, Tri-State sells it to us, and we'll sell it to the end consumer at the end of the line with the goal of them eventually interconnecting. We will step up from that to our HILT process, which is a high impact load tariff. That is currently at FERC to be passed, but that FERC process, that high impact load basically helps protect the rest of the membership on them being connected. You know, the last thing we want is a large load to be connected, walk away, and then we have to raise rates for the rest of our membership. We do not want that at all. And then beyond that, we can do other resources to help members get connected. Once again, we're here How do you want to connect? What can we do to help you connect? How fast, how slow? We'll work at your speeds. You got to let us know. And we're here to work for you.
Okay, committee, Sean, did you want to say something?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chairman, in your board packets, we have what we call our Wyoming Cooperative Large Load Solutions White
I
Paper.
love that you just said board packet. That shows where you guys.
Yeah. Committee.
Well, these
but-
guys spend a lot of time in the boardroom.
Yeah, we do. And this white paper, along with the kind of the schematic or the breakdown here, this is a really simple explanation of what each G&T is doing. Basin, Tri-State, even Deseret. Bonneville serves Representative Yin and Senator Dockstader's home co-op. Not much we can do with Bonneville because they're a federal power authority, but this kind of breaks down what the options are for every G&T and then what that means for the distribution co-op. This is a result of working with the Energy Authority last year. We kind of did this hybrid outside of the legislative interim. We worked with the Energy Authority and other stakeholders, and we talked about what we can do. I would say this is kind of the end result of that, and it shows exactly what we can do for our members that want to come in or large load customers that want to become a member of a co-op. And so I just wanted to make sure that you all had seen that. It's pretty easy to follow along with that table breakdown. But I just wanted to make sure that you understood that was we've been working on this for a year and a half.
You guys got it? We're not seeing it. Oh, it's okay.
I got it in ahead of time. Like I
We
never do
we don't
that.
doubt you, Sean. We never doubt you. Thank you. We're confused as to what's electronic and paper.
Okay.
So
This is what it looks like.
I got it.
Okay.
We'll find it in the packet.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Questions for these gentlemen? Questions? So you're now Rocky Mountain Power. You're having to serve the Trona Fields and address their problems. What are you going to put on the table? Mr. Mays?
Become a co-op first, be member-owned cooperative. That'd be the first thing. Beyond that, I would look at partnering with the G&Ts, how we can do that. Love the idea with a state partnership. I'm really skeptical. I'm kind of against state helping for-profit entities to do that. One thing that came up real quick is if you were to invest in a transmission line and maybe partner with a G&T like Basin or Tri-State, that transmission line, if the state helped pay for to serve that, would be part of an OAT and part of the open access transmission tariff and be able to get some sort of return back for the state.
There you go. Anything you want to add?
Nope, you got it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Any questions for these gentlemen? Appreciate you. Thanks. Okay, let's go to the regulatory agencies. I can't remember who we had on the list first. Was it the PSC? You've been so excited. My fingers aren't working on my paper. We have Energy Authority first, and then we're going to do PSC because the PSC has some other issues. Okay. Mr. Jenks, welcome.
Good afternoon or good evening. I don't know where we're at now. Good afternoon, everyone. John Jenks, Director of Energy Market Development at the Wyoming Energy Authority. Director Krieger had to hustle back to Cheyenne for some other commitments, so you got the B team today. So I'll be quick. I know I provided you guys a packet of slides. I think you guys should have that in front of you. I don't want to rehash anything that was brought up, but I did want to take the chance to really appreciate the complexities of what we're talking about today. I did give an interview that you were a part of too to Cowboy State Daily a week or two ago. And to them, I told them too that this stuff is really complicated. Utility world is complex. There's a lot of layers. We haven't even talked about a lot of the regional and federal issues going on. So anyway, I just wanted to pause there and really talk about or mention the complexities of this. And also when we do talk about large loads, and it was just brought up by, I think Sean brought it up, that We're not just talking about data centers. We are talking about the legacy industries of Wyoming, including oil and gas, manufacturing, mining, et cetera. So to maybe take a quick step back, and Sean brought this up too. We were here last year to talk about a lot of these issues, and we led that working group on serving large loads and third-party generation. I did want to really highlight, and I know we've talked about this ad nauseum today, but 37-3-116 is the statute that protects Wyoming ratepayers when large loads come onto the system. And that's a real testament to you all back in 2018 or 2019, I forgot when that was, to get that passed. That was very forward-thinking. And as far as I know, we might have been one of the first states to pass legislation that explicitly protected ratepayers from large loads. Other states have taken notice. FERC has taken notice to that legislation and to the corresponding tariffs with that. I know states like Ohio, Missouri, Oklahoma have passed similar legislation, or their commissions have taken similar actions, or their utilities have. So I just really wanted to compliment you guys on that. That was very forward thinking. As a result of the interim topic last year too, or the work of the interim, the Public Service Commission led a review of the large load tariffs and programs that our utilities have. And I also want to give them kudos for leading that process. They have reviewed a handful now, and the Energy Authority has provided comments on all of them, in addition to partners like the Office of Consumer Advocate and other groups. So I wanted to give them kudos on that. And then on the third-party generation side, I know that they're coming up next, and that they issued that proposed rule about a week or two ago. So I'll let them talk about that. But I think we're excited to see where that could go. Moving on to the transmission study that was passed this past year, this past legislative session. Thank you to you guys for your work on that. As a reminder, that was Senate File 102. That was passed and instituted. We do have the draft RFP done, and now we will be sending it on to our board for approval. So work has not started on this yet, but we will be getting going. I think the deadline on it is November 1st of 2027 for the first phase. We anticipate having a lot of this done, if not maybe most of this done well before that. So we have time, but we want to do the RFP process in the right way. So that will be going out. As a reminder, though, the transmission study does have two phases. The first phase will be looking at kind of just a map, if you will, of the transmission system in Wyoming, trying to get a lay of the land of how things look. We will also be looking at the legislation calls out 3 low growth scenarios, high, medium, and low. Low, medium, and high, medium, and low, that will be to be determined amongst the stakeholders. The legislation explicitly calls out an extensive stakeholder process. And there's a few groups in here, like the co-ops, IOUs, the munis, the Public Service Commission, the OCA. That is not exclusive. We will be seeking input from anyone and everyone that would like to participate in this process. And that is very important for us. Phase 2 of the study will be a qualitative summary and narrative of our public utilities participation, if any, in day-ahead markets or real-time markets. So that will be an analysis there. We did not feel like we needed to do a quantitative study. There has been study after study at looking at markets particularly for the West. So we did not think that was necessary, but we will incorporate those existing studies into the narrative. Moving on in the packet, I did put a map of the transmission in the West, and this kind of ties in with the transmission study. I just wanted to really highlight that, Wyoming does not operate in a vacuum. What is happening across the West, across the Western interconnection, which we are a part of, does impact Wyoming. And I just really wanted to highlight the complexities, again, of the system, of the grid, and of outside forces, outside things going on that can impact Wyoming and Wyoming electric utilities. And then lastly, on the last slide of the last page of your packet, we haven't really talked a lot about, like I said at the beginning, we haven't really talked a lot about kind of the macro things going on in the electric utility industry. I know we've kind of hit on it that, this industry was pretty stagnant, honestly, more or less, for a while. In fact, there was a period of time where they were talking about a death spiral of electric utilities and how, how there was so much energy efficiency, demand was decreasing. And then all of a sudden, over the last 5 or 6 years, things have changed significantly. So I just grabbed a few of the headlines. The infrastructure, the U.S. energy infrastructure gets a D+, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. Global electricity demand is set to grow strongly for 2030, underscoring need for investments in the grid. Trump officials, Congress call for action to expand the grid. FERC has their advance notice of proposed rulemaking on large loads, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of things going on that really kind of add fuel to the fire. A lot of these issues, well, I would argue all these issues are a matter of national and economic security. And we're just happy to be here to help where we can and help you guys. So.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? You picked the sweet spot of the day. Oh, Representative Johnson. I know what he's going to ask.
I just cannot get this through my head. Rocky Mountain Power says they have excess generation. They have power. Black Hills says they have power. They can just go buy it. They don't need to generate it. And you're talking about a shortage of generation. Which is it? What in the state of Wyoming, are we short of power? Do we need more power? Where do we stand? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Representative Johnson, I think it kind of, it might depend on where you're at in the state. It might also depend on what kind of load you're looking at too. I do know that by and large, transmission is a major constraint in the state of Wyoming. I live in Laramie, and the issues that Senator Case was talking about was with Laramie is I see it, and I hear about it just at the grocery store, getting my hair cut, I hear about it. So I think this isn't a great answer, but I think it depends. I think it depends on where you're at. But, I think it depends on the size of load that you're looking at. But for me, I'd say transmission is a major constraint.
Anybody else? Thank you. Appreciate it, John. Let's hear from the Public Service Commission, and then we'll pick up OCA at the end. You guys got some wild hair going on today. Kind of reminds me of Senator Scott, if you wanted that. But he's really smart, so you're in good company. Go ahead, Mr. Who's leading this show?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm the chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. With me are our deputy chairman, Chris Petrie, and one of our chief engineer, Perry McCollum. In the interest of time, I'm going to turn the first part on the electricity and our work on a non-public utility generator rule over to the deputy chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Just a couple days ago, we began the formal rulemaking process on a new Chapter 6 to our rules, which would be establishing a process by which anybody, a person, it's called in the rule, but that basically means anybody, can come to the commission for designation as a non-public utility generator. It's not a requirement that's placed on anybody. It is an opportunity for somebody who wants to build generation and serve one or more customers under certain conditions, and they do not want to be a public utility, and they think they are outside of the public utility definition one way or another. And we can provide copies. There's basically, it asks, who are you? What do you want to do? Who are your customers? And why why is it that you aren't going to cause some big problem for the rest of the utilities or the utility in the area? And we have set this up in these proposed rules so that it would take a year or less for the commission to make a decision. There would be notice in advance to the utility in the affected area or the area of the proposed activity. And then there's also a process that if one of these things does get off the ground and begin providing service and then have changes in what it wants or needs to do as far as the customers that it's serving, size or identity of those customers, some of them might come and go, then there would be a process for them to make that substitution and again, ensure that there's no harm being done outside of their no harm being done to the utilities in the area. And you'll probably hear about this rulemaking project. We'll get some comments. We'll have a hearing, and we'll have that out on the hot topics section of our website. Just to kind of put a little bit of context on this, when we first started talking about the idea that maybe we needed a rule like this, the sort of master example was that there's a rare earth minerals deposit discovered somewhere out in the middle of Wyoming where there's not a transmission line for 40 miles. And of course, we know there are places like that. And at the same time, there was technology or willingness or other fuel available. Think of a small nuclear generation setup that could be brought into that site. But the miner didn't want to do it, as Senator Case was saying earlier, Chairman Case was saying earlier. They're not really in the business of doing that sort of thing. They're in the mining business. And then there's a company that wants to provide the power by running a small nuclear generation plant or device. Then they could do that, and they would be able to then serve that new mine customer that had no access to the rest of the utility system without worrying about becoming a public utility, getting a certificate of public convenience and necessity, getting their rates and terms and conditions approved. And so that was sort of the example that we had in mind when we started working on the initial draft of this rule, which has already been passed by and not adopted. And so this is another run at this. And the idea here is not that this is going to solve every large load problem that you've heard about today or that might come along in the future, but that this does provide a potential avenue that might work in some situations. And we want to not have the utility system getting in the way of good things, but we also at the same time need to protect the utility system and make sure that whatever does go on that is or is adjacent to the utilities in the state that we need to carry on is all protected.
Let me ask procedural. There's no ex parte constraints right now. We can discuss this rule, tell you why you're wrong. I mean, is there any reason? Because it's an open rulemaking, right? Are we under any restrictions?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to be entering the comment period, or perhaps we're already in it. We discussed this at open meeting a couple days ago. It's going out for publication. We're going to plan on a hearing. We're going to call for public comments. And so I think we could take public comments anytime, but it might not be wise to have a back and forth.
Trying to understand the constraints on this. I didn't, because I kind of want to jump into the back and forth, but maybe I had to hold back. And just, you think about this. That example that you talk about is a great, easy example. There's no existing customers that are harmed by someone doing that because it's a brand new load, brand new place, brand new economic development, brand new taxes. It's all good, brand new employment. In the case of Rocky Mountain Power and the Trona patch, and it's much more important than a patch. It's like a frontal planet. But all of a sudden you're talking about stranded investment, impacts to other customers, an existing infrastructure that's connected that could be made to serve them under proper conditions. Is this going to be applicable to that situation in a way? And have you thought about those ramifications? And you can say, well, we're getting down the road I can't talk about. That's okay. I get it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you that we have in the previous rulemaking proceeding, we heard pretty much every variation of.
But you did.
We didn't adopt the rules. We heard, I shouldn't say pretty much every, but many variations and many thoughts on why it wasn't a good idea to adopt those rules, potential problems that could occur. And so I can't say that this is absolute, that any rule of this sort or any statute of this sort is going to have a very easy time absolutely insulating all of those potential problems out if we're going to have non-utility entities providing generation and essentially a retail sale to a big customer. There are also, at this moment, there are plenty of people who know all about this topic who think that there are a lot of things along these lines that you can already do, and there's no reason why you should even have to talk to the Public Service Commission about it because of the way that some of the Supreme Court decisions could be interpreted.
Yeah. There's a lot there. So in essence, you are making a rulemaking. We could accomplish the same thing by passing a law. We have the same ramifications that you have to think about. So
I'd say that's right, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Anybody? Okay. Yeah, is it Representative yet?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Petrie, Public Service Commission, appreciate you guys being here. You know, data centers, hot topic today. Can you confirm what the utilities, the regulated utilities have told us that the loads are actually good and that they are protecting ratepayers because they have to, assumedly, because of you guys?
You must be referring to the innovative tariff or the Black Hills tariff, basically. To you, Mr. Petrie or Mr. Robinson?
Representative Yin, that is certainly what we have looked at while this process has evolved. And as you heard, this has been going on for 10 years now. The idea is very much that we do not want expenses, costs migrating from these large load data center customers so that they land on Aunt Millie. We don't want that. We don't want regular customers that are the customer base of the utility suffering because big new loads come in. So we've made every effort, and we believe that that is the case, that there is, the mechanism is arranged such that these large loads do not impose costs on everybody else. And well, I'll just stop there. It's been a big focus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's talk about Lake Tahoe Power. Their utility is going to cut off power to 5,900 residents and sell that higher priced electricity to a data center. Can that happen in Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Petrie?
Representative Johnson, I can't imagine how that could happen in Wyoming. You're not allowed to abandon customers in Wyoming without the commission's approval. So we would have to agree that that was a good idea. If it was a regulated utility, you really can't do that. You'd have to get you'd have to explain to the commission why you should be able to do that. And because you want to sell it to somebody else for a higher rate wouldn't be a very good reason.
Anybody else? Thank you very much for this so far. Let's hear from your other issues. You had, when we first just talked about interims, you talked about small water utilities and you had talked about pipeline safety. So, and you may have other issues. This is your point.
Thank
Go-
you, Mr. Chairman. I
go
will
ahead.
try to get through these quickly as I can.
You're important to us.
But yes, they're critically important. So one of the things we do is we have several engineers who inspect pipelines in the state. We do this through a grant program, a grant arrangement with the federal government. It's the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety. PHMSA. We operate with the grant, and in order to receive that grant, we have to comply with certain conditions. Our engineers have done a fantastic job this year. We got a perfect rating. But there is a potential issue looming, which if it's not addressed, could result in us either losing grant funds and or some of our authority.
Okay.
It would revert back to the federal government. And so that is specifically with one statute, which is 37-128, which is the civil penalty for violation of the Federal Pipeline Safety Regulatory and Job Creation Act of 2011. So one of the conditions that the federal government looks at, inspectors looked at when they audit our program, is compliance. And one of the things they want to see is to make sure that the penalties in Wyoming statutes are comparable to what is in the federal statute. Currently in Wyoming, the penalty it's a civil penalty not to exceed $100,000 for violation for each day that the violation persists, with a maximum civil penalty not to exceed $1 million for any related series of violations. Currently in the federal CFR, the federal level, the penalty amounts are $272,926 for each violation, not to exceed $2,729,245 for any related series. And under current legislation to reauthorize PHMSA, those numbers would move to $400,000 and $4 million. So at that point, we would probably be considered out of compliance if our statute is not amended to closer reflect what the federal statute will say. Yes.
What would be your suggestion would it be appropriate for Wyoming to have penalties that match the federal penalties so that we don't have to come back and revisit this? Or should we just put in some upper limit? What would be your suggestion?
I think my suggestion is if we could match the federal ones and do it in a way that would perhaps do it automatically, that would be the ideal. I don't know if that's possible.
I'm not sure either. Mr. Anderson, is there a problem with surrendering our authority if we were to match federal fines potentially? Got to use a mic. I know you guys.
Sorry, good. I think that's a good question, Mr. Chairman. I think I'd have to look into that a little more.
We do want the authority in Wyoming. If we don't have the authority, then what happens?
I will let Mr. McCollum type.
Mr. McCollum, welcome. You drove all this way and now's your big chance.
So Mr. Chairman, some of the possibilities are that we lose our ability to enforce. So we just end up doing the inspections and then handle over the results of those inspections to PHMSA to do the enforcement actions themselves. The other possibility is we lose that ability completely and PHMSA takes over the entire safety program in the state.
can you speculate on what our clients, the pipeline operators, do they care? Would they rather just deal with one authority, or do they like Wyoming's role? I have no idea. I'm just asking.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to speculate for them, but
Yeah.
I would assume that majority of them prefer to have it in the state level because we tend to visit them more often, so we can catch big issues before small issues before they become big issues.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily have the big fines that PHMSA would necessarily do because they don't see them as often. So those little issues become big issues ingrained, and it's harder for them to change.
Okay. So committee, just to put everybody on notice, when we close business today after taking public comment, I would be seeking a motion for a bill draft. We could have two bill drafts. We could match the federal or have specific levels. And I want people to comment on that if they're available, but we would have a draft that people would comment on at our next meeting. It's just a draft. We're not adopting this policy. So be looking for that towards the end. So, and then, did you want to talk about water utilities, or maybe there are questions for the committee? I'm so sorry. I don't mean to rise. Yeah, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Could you, do you know how long those levels have been in place at the federal level when those were implemented?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I do not know the exact date, but I believe it was pre-COVID.
Mhm. And they're subject to going up.
They are subject.
And that's already been approved. Yeah.
There's current legislation going through the House at the moment that
Okay,
would
so it
by the
has-
Senate.
All right.
Chairman, I believe
Mr.
the
Chairman.
statute, I believe the statute was last amended in 2012.
Okay.
It has been amended at various points through its history, but the last time was 14 years ago.
Okay. It might be possible for us to draft a bill that matches the federal, but says if we lose on that authority, that we have a backstop. I don't know. Mr. Anderson, your thoughts about that when you're doing this?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I think, however the committee wants to go, I'm happy to work that up, and I'll identify issues as we move that forward. But
Of course you will. All right. Anything else on pipelines? How about water utilities? They're all doing hunky-dory, aren't they?
This could actually be a very long conversation, but I'll keep it very short. So as you know, we regulate private water utilities. That is non-municipal. So I think the easiest way to do it is to go through the life cycle of a water utility. They are usually the private water utilities arise out of a subdivision development, something like that. The developer will include a well, they will include the hookup and everything for everybody in the development as part of the purchase of the lot cost. And then we'll operate once the subdivision is, completed and occupied. It will run the water system, and usually they run the water system at really low rates. And what they also don't do is they don't generally tend to plan for the future, such as future maintenance, replacement of lines, EPA compliance, things like that. We tend to, and I said, there is no mechanism currently existing for for us to identify these companies. We have no idea how many there actually are in this state. The ones that there are some, of course, that have come to our attention through one way or another that we actively regulate today. Usually sometimes that happens when the water system gets to the point where it is in serious need of repair and help, and they come to us and say, help us. So that's when you see water cases with huge increases in rates. That's because the rates have been so low for so long, and the system is in such dilapidated shape that you need to set those rates at a really high level in order to fix the system. That obviously results in unhappy customers. But, you know, the private water companies also face another problem besides pressures from the EPA and compliance with that, is they don't have access to capital markets. They don't have access to funding like municipal water systems do. Usually they are dependent upon the credit rating or lack thereof of the owner operator. You know, and so there are several systems currently in the state that frankly are the one thing I worry about more than anything else is that we do is because they could fail at any time. They could be failing right now. They could fail tomorrow. And there's no clear guidance in the statutes as to what happens. You know, what can be done. There's, you know, it's questionable what authority we have. And you could end up with a situation where the whole system fails and you have dozens of people with no water. And, you know, none of us want that. And so I guess what we wanted to bring this to your attention to see that if there are ways to fix this system, whether on the front end and the identification right off initially, and on the back end when things have started to fall apart. You know, what happens if a private owner dies and, you know, they have no heirs or anything? Who runs the system? Who takes it over if it goes into bankruptcy? You know, there are a lot of scenarios with no clear answer. And then I will say, if the deputy chairman has anything he'd like to add.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a whole lot to add. I just hark back to some of Chairman Case's remarks earlier in the day about the advantages of large scale in utilities. This is the opposite end of that spectrum. These have, some of them, just a couple of dozen customers, and they suffer all the opposite effects of small scale. Not enough of a job to have full-time employees, and on from there. Thank you.
Do you have any possible suggestions that maybe we could develop at our next meeting with regards to small water utilities? Or could you develop some possible suggestions? Or
I think we could work on developing some suggestions for the committee, yes.
Okay. I mean, by way of making this work, it'd be nice if it was kind of sketched out in the law. And then at our next committee, we could possibly come up with an idea or a couple of ideas and then have them drafted in final form at our third meeting. But I mean, we don't have a bill in front of us, so it's kind of hard. We really have to get started. It is a problem, you guys. There's lots of people that have sort of a cooperative-based water system when the subdivision's formed. You know, so-and-so has got the responsibilities, it all works out. There might be a HMA, but then everything goes kind of south. Different people come on board, new property owners, lack of maintenance. Maybe the water supply is compromised. That happens with facilities. It's a ton. So they don't have access to water development funding, and typically because they're not for public benefit company. But there might be, I don't know. I look forward to, maybe you could sketch out a white paper or something and make a presentation at our next meeting. I don't have a better solution. I haven't thought about water that much. And maybe some of you are on these small systems and you kind of understand the challenges maybe. I'll throw that out. We'll see that in the committee directives. Is there anything else you want to address the committee on?
I believe that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Great. Maybe we can hear from the consumer advocate on these issues and more. Should have had you on the agenda. I don't know. It's constantly, we miss realizing you're actually a separate agency, but please. Mr. Ornelas.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Anthony Ornelas, the Administrator of the Wyoming Office of Consumer Advocate. And I do not have necessarily prepared remarks today. Would be happy to address any questions. There's been a lot of good conversation. A couple of the high notes I would like to quickly touch upon is, first of all, thanks to the cooperatives and their work on this. I think, as you've heard from them today, they've been engaged in some really innovative thought processes, and they've developed some innovative tariffs that are under review at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And I believe those will solve a lot of the issues that, the electricity issues we've talked about today. So I'm anxious to see those in play. Our agency, the OCA, we were heavily involved with Black Hills Energy in 2015, 16 to develop the large power contract tariff that you've heard about today. It's working exceedingly well. When you were asking earlier about ideas, how could we fix some of the other issues around the state? I think the first one is expanding that model across the state. I don't think it's been pursued to the extent it can be. We heard from Rocky Mountain Power that they have a Schedule 400 tariff. It has some of the broad brushstrokes of an LPCS, but it's not really designed and it doesn't have the specificity. I would like to see the LPCS expand to other parts of the state and other utilities. It's so flexible what that tariff can do. As you've heard from Mr. Bush and his colleagues, there provides an option for them to essentially purchase market power and capacity, completely absent of any development from the utility itself. If that is not the preferred route, it allows for third-party generation development, which we hear a lot of and you've heard of today as well. So folks can bring in their own generation, whether that's a renewable goal or a speed to market issue or any other issue. However, they work with the regulated utility, Black Hills Energy, to administrate that, to put it onto their system, ensure safety, ensure reliability. So that all goes to benefiting the utility and its existing customer base while shielding those customers from any of the negative repercussions that we've also heard about, stranded asset cost or higher energy cost. Representative Deanne, I think you had asked the PSC, and I would say explicitly the answer to your question was yes. We have protected all of our other customers. We've done that through the development of their transmission as well as generation options. The third option that tariff gives is it provides the utility themselves the opportunity to develop specific assets, generation and transmission for these customers. This could be a potential solution for our legacy industries, our trona mines, our oil and gas extraction industries and the like, as well as the large data center loads that have been at the forefront of so many discussions. Having talked about this for several years now, I do agree with Ms. Levine and Mr. Obermueller and the Petroleum Association at the Minerals Committee a few weeks ago. There are a few individual and unique circumstances we're finding around the state in which some sort of a very limited deregulation or third-party generator, non-utility generator, whatever we want to call it, might be a viable option. Laramie is one that came up. It's not really a matter of generation, it's the WAPA transmission system. It's constrained. The PSC, the state of Wyoming, does not have the primary regulation over that, so it's difficult to force that type of transmission development. To ask Rocky Mountain Power to bring a brand new transmission line would be exceedingly expensive. So there are some limited situations where I think that could be the case. I would, however, urge that this should be done statutorily, not administratively. I wouldn't recommend a blanket exemption. It has to be very thoughtful in terms of the size of megawatts, who gets to participate, why they get to participate. The administrative route becomes very legally dubious, I guess. You heard Mr. Taylor from the Co-op Association. One person you ask is going to say there is a way legally existing for a third-party private entity to develop generation and to provide that to a retail customer. There's just as many on the other hand that say that's absolutely not the case. So whether it's this particular body or one of the 3 or 4 other committees, I would urge that is done at a statutory level, not an administrative level. If not, I fear that whatever the outcome is, this will be tied up in court, reducing the speed to power and some of the other benefits I think that our industries are looking for. I think the last thing I would just note, and Chairman, I think you had asked, one of the ideas you'd perhaps is some state support. That might be something to consider, for our legacy trona mines and some of these backbone industries that we've all known and bring so much benefit to our state. Transmission is hard to build and it is really expensive. So the thing about Cheyenne is the customers they're attracting do have deep pockets and they can write deep checks to insulate other customers. Some of our other legacy industries may not have that particular ability. Perhaps there is a state funding that could be done to help them, a low interest rate loan that is paid back over time, or perhaps even some sort of a subsidy that is paid back through the economic development of this state. Those are the things that really would protect our existing customers. It would not go into utilities rate base. They would not earn a return on it, and therefore everybody would benefit from that. But obviously that is a choice, at your guys' level and at your discretion. So that might be the other case. And on that note, I would just also mention that, the LPCS tariff that we use for Black Hills, that also has some of that built into it. There's various funding mechanisms that they use, particularly for transmission assets and upgrades. Some of that is paid for upfront by these large data centers, those with deep pockets. However, there are a lot of examples where the utility has built that infrastructure, utilizing their capital with agreements and guarantees put in place to that will be paid back in most cases 15 to 20 years. Again, not by the remaining customers of our system, but but by that specific customer. But it doesn't enforce such an immediate cash outlay on their behalf. So, I think we have a lot of the tools. I've said this before in front of this committee and others. We have a lot of these tools in our toolbox. It's just a matter of how we kind of get there. So those would be the ideas I would put out for the forefront, and I'll stop there, especially in the interest of time. It's a very important subject, so thank you for continuing to have us here and myself, and would love to answer any questions.
Anybody? Mr. Ornelas, the issue of the LCPS, it makes total sense to me with new load, a brand new load. It's very clear, you don't have stranded costs that anybody's picked up. Everything's brand new. And so you have known amounts and you can make sure they recover those known amounts. It's not so clear to me that you can expand that to for example, a trona mine that's trying to expand to go from 100 to 135 megawatts. Because when you have either used that tariff or then you have a calculation or an assertion of who paid for what and what are the costs of the upgrades versus and it gets pretty complicated fast. I can see why it works for new load. I'm not sure I see how clear it is for legacy loads.
Thank you, Chairman. I tend to agree. This is more designed for expanding loads.
Yeah.
So I guess new loads, new customers kind of gets blurred. Certainly stranded assets, if we allow our existing customers or existing loads that are being served by the infrastructure currently in place, that becomes a real question and issue, and it really does lead to stranded assets if that's allowed. However, a trona mine that wants to expand, given certain scales, there has to be a reasonable threshold. But if they need another 50 megawatts or 100, I think we heard 100 some megawatts today, that's the sort of thing the LPCS like tariff could do. Again, we've heard transmission's a constraint. It allows upfront cost payments. It allows utility funded investments that are then paid back. So the other utility customers are shielded. It allows various generation options, whether it's preference or, any other reason.
But if those legacy industries had to pay 100% of the cost of the upgrade, the transmission would be way more expensive than the generation alternative, I suspect.
Mr. Chairman, I don't dispute with what you're saying. Transmission is really kind of a pinch point in a lot of these discussions.
Yeah.
It is expensive. That's why the optionality that I laid out, whether that's a state-supported option or whether it's a contract option, and that could be upfront payments.
Yeah.
We call it kayak contribution aid of construction, or it can be utility funded that is contractually paid back from this particular customer over a long period of time, so that it's not an upfront shock. But at the end of the day, you're right. This is a capital intensive industry, and it all boils down to, dollars and cents and how we pay for that.
I get that. With regards to the discussion of the small water companies, do you have any thoughts on that? Could you be helpful in helping us derive a policy on that?
I would be happy to speak with the Public Service Commission and this committee and work on it. I echo what you heard from the Public Service Commission. This is a problem that is only getting worse. These were not designed as, some of these multinational water utilities you see around other parts of the country. These are mom and pop, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, and there's a lot of new regulation they're facing without the ability to seek public funding. So would love to have that. I don't have any sitting here today, but would love to be part of that conversation.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Another thing, I'm afraid we've got too many cooks in the broth on third-party generation and that possibility. With all these committees looking at it from different perspectives, I think it's really important to have a committee that looks at it from a holistic perspective, that looks at the entire state and the entire body of utility customers. And so I might not be agreeing with you on other committees dabbling in that. We'll see.
Mr. Chairman, that
It's
is
a war of
probably above
ideas.
my
It'll
pay grade,
work
but happy to speak with anybody who wants to discuss this, but certainly appreciate your comment.
Appreciate you. Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
I think
guys.
we're open to general public comment. Anybody want to make public comment? Anybody online want to make public comment? Committee, we've got a couple of things to tidy up. One is, are you okay if we ask the Public Service Commission to present us with some ideas about solutions for small water companies as part of our next agenda? Okay, everybody getting head nods on that? Think that's a go? With respect to the civil penalty, could we get a motion to have a bill draft maybe that encompasses either combined one approach of specific penalties with matching the federal being another approach, maybe, so we can have that. And we could throw that out there and we could hear from people in Wyoming where they think it's important that we have a pipeline safety inspection process that we administer or not. Is that acceptable? Would somebody like to move something along those lines? Is that a no?
So move.
Who's going to do it? I need a person.
So move.
We had a motion by Doc Stater. Is there a second? Okay. Any discussion what that might look like? Just have a bill draft? And we can put it up and that way we'll get public comment. Boy, this is great. You guys are really exciting at the end of the day. All those in favor say aye. Enthusiastically, yes. Any opposed? Okay. So Josh, I think you have leeway to kind of come up with both approaches, maybe combined in one bill and investigate whether we're unlawfully designating authority one way. Anything else to come before the committee? See you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.